workout for today, as always, there are timestamps in the description box down below the video. So if you would like to skip straight ahead to the workout, you can use the chapter markers to do that. But if you would like to see the exercises demonstrated and explained before we begin, let's go ahead and get into that right now. All I'm using today is one set of dumbbells. My dumbbells weigh 10 pounds a piece. That's a good weight for me, but you may need to use something lighter or heavier. That is going to depend on your strength and your level of fitness, what you have available to you, and how hard you're looking to push yourself today. So please consider all of those factors when choosing your weight and make the decision that is best for you. The only other thing I'm using is my jump rope. So if you have a jump rope, definitely go ahead and get that ready. You may or may not need it, and I'll explain what I mean by that in just a few minutes. And then an exercise mat or a yoga mat if you have one. I just use my jump rope mat because it's nice and thick, and I like that out here on the concrete. But if you don't have an exercise mat, a towel should suffice. If you're working out on a carpeted floor or on grass, you may not need anything at all. But that's it. That's all the equipment you're going to need today. So this workout is going to be split up into two parts. The first part is going to be strength training, and the second part is going to be moderate paced cardio. So let's start with the second part, because that's why I said you may or may not need your jump rope. If you don't want to do part two, that's fine, you don't have to. So if you don't have a jump rope, or you just don't have time to do part two, or you don't feel like doing cardio today, you can just scrap part two. Part one will work all by itself as a standalone workout. But if you do want to add on the cardio, then I'm going to be jumping rope. I'm going to be doing, again, 20 sets of 100 with my jump rope. When I say a set of 100, I'm talking about revolutions of the rope. So I always just kind of jog in place like this while I'm jumping rope. But if you're more comfortable jumping with your feet together, that's fine. Jump with your feet together. If you're really good at jump rope and you want to do something more challenging, you can do high knees or jump rope jacks. You can mix it up and do something different with each set. It doesn't matter. The only important thing is that we are counting revolutions of the jump rope. So you'll count 100 revolutions of the rope, that's one set, and you're going to do 20 sets for time. 20 sets of 100 with my jump rope typically takes me somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20 minutes or so. On a day like today, it might take longer, but I might surprise myself and finish in just under 20 minutes, but somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 20 to 30 minutes. So if you don't have a jump rope, but you do want to add on the additional cardio, you do want to do part two of the workout, that's all part two is just 20 to 30 minutes of moderate paced cardio, any way you want to get it done. So if you don't have a jump rope, or you can't jump rope where you live for whatever reason, then you can hop on the elliptical or the treadmill, exercise bike, Stairmaster, something like that, for about 20 to 30 minutes. If you have something like that in your home gym, or if you want to take this workout to your actual gym, then your part two can just be 20 or 30 minutes on the treadmill or something like that. That's totally fine. You could also just go for a bike ride or a jog in real life. So 20 to 30 minutes, you just like run a 5K, like run around your neighborhood, do a 5K, or if you have access to the field at your local high school, maybe you could run around the track a few times. You can do up and down the bleachers. If you have steps at home or in your apartment complex, you could do up and down the steps at home, or maybe if you want to take this workout to a local hiking trail or park or beach or something like that that has steps. So going for a jog, doing up and down the steps, a bike ride, a swim, if you have a pool or if you have access to one, you could even just go for a hike. Any of that stuff will work. If you have a heavy bag, you could work on your heavy bag for 20 minutes. Okay, so 20 minutes of any kind of cardio, any way you want to get it done, is totally fine. So that can be your part two. But for my part two, I'm going to be jumping rope, 20 sets of 100 with the jump rope for time. Hopefully it'll take me not too much over 20 minutes. We'll see. So then let's go ahead and go over part one. There are really just 5 exercises. For most of these 5 exercises, I'm going to be holding on to just one of my 10-pound dumbbells. Only one of the exercises that I'm about to show you, and am I going to be using both of my dumbbells. So just FYI, I guess. The first exercise is going to be an assisted pistol squat plus a side lunge. And I'm going to be holding on to my dumbbell to increase difficulty. So if you don't have dumbbells, for this workout, you can absolutely look for household items that will work. So shampoo bottles or water bottles would be a great substitution. You could just fill them with water. That's probably the fastest and easiest, but they won't be very heavy. So if you want to challenge yourself and make them a little heavier, you could try filling them with something like rice or dried beans, or like rocks or small pebbles or something if you live someplace where you have access to something like that, or dirt or sand, something that would make them a bit heavier than water. So play around with that, get creative, use what you got, but household items will absolutely work. And a kettlebell will work just as well for this too. So if you don't have dumbbells but you do have a kettlebell, as long as it's not too heavy for you, because again, I'm holding on to just one weight for this, a kettlebell will work. So if you don't have anything at all that's going to work for weight, or you just don't feel comfortable adding weight to the workout, that's fine. I will be providing equipment-free substitutions. So I already provided your equipment-free substitutions if you don't have a jump rope. I'm gonna do the same thing for part one. I will give you body weight alternatives for each one of these exercises that I'm adding weight to. So if you don't wanna add weight to the workout, that's fine. You can still do the workout right along with me. So let me first start by showing you the exercise the way I'm doing it, and then I will show you your equipment-free modification. So again, let me just move this one out of the way. I'm just going to be holding on to one dumbbell for this. And I'm going to be standing on my mat for this because I'm coming down on my knee. So for this one, I think you will probably want something soft beneath you. So if you have an exercise mat or a yoga mat, you're gonna start standing towards one end of your mat. If not, like I said, a towel should be fine for this. And you're going to hold your dumbbell up by your shoulder like this, your dumbbell or your kettlebell or your water bottle. So notice I'm to this side of my mat, that's the side that's holding the dumbbell, and that's going to be my standing leg. Okay, so now I'm going to pick up the other foot and bend the knee, and I have this knee behind me. And now I'm going to sink down into a pistol squat, but this is an assisted pistol squat. So typically when you do an unassisted pistol squat, you would have your leg out in front of you. With an assisted pistol squat, you're gonna keep that knee bent and keep this foot of your non-standing leg behind you. Because as you sink down into the squat and as you come back up, this foot is going to be here to assist you. So you want to challenge yourself to use this foot, the foot of your non-standing leg, as little as possible, but it is an assisted pistol squat, so your foot is there to assist you. So use this foot to assist you as much as you need. Just challenge yourself to use it as little as possible. You really, no matter how much you need to use this non-standing leg to assist you, it should always be your standing leg that's doing most of the work, and you want to make sure that this leg is doing as much work as you can. So does that make sense? Like, make it work as hard as you can, but then obviously you have this other foot here to assist you. All right, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm towards this end of my mat. That means that this is going to be my standing leg. My dumbbell is going to be on this side. I'm going to pick up the foot of my non-standing leg, bend the knee, bring the foot behind me, and now I'm going to sink down into my squat. So make sure your shoulders are back and down, away from your ears. Your chest is lifted high. Tighten up your abs really tight. Imagine someone is about to punch you in the stomach, and you're bracing for that impact. That's how tight your abs should be. Now you want to shift your weight back to your heels. So push your booty back. Pretend you're trying to touch the wall behind you with your booty. So that's going to help keep your chest lifted high, your back flat, and the weight in your heel as you sink down into that pistol squat. So this back foot is here to assist me, but until I need it, I'm not going to tap it down. All right, so I'm sinking down, sinking down, sinking down, and at the very last second, I'm tapping this foot down. So for your pistol squat, it might look very different than that. You may need to tap that foot down earlier, and that's fine. Okay, you should always be working to your own level. So just remember, the foot is there to assist you. Use it as much as you need, but challenge yourself to use it as little as you can. Now to stand, I'm going to press the heel of this of my standing leg, the heel of my standing leg. I'm going to press it into the mat as I'm trying to push the mat away from me. And again, this back foot is there to kind of help you. But ideally, you want that back foot off the ground the whole time. That's what you're working towards. So try to use it as little as possible. So press this heel into the ground. You're trying to ideally use your standing leg to do all of the work. So make sure that you're making this standing leg do as much work as it can. All right, so press the heel into the ground and stand. Now, if you can, don't put this foot down. Bring the knee more kind of in front of you, and then you're gonna go right into a side lunge. So I'm going to step to the side, and I'm going to swing the dumbbell in between my legs like this. Then I'm going to press this heel into the mat and return to my starting position. Bring the dumbbell back up to my shoulder, and again, do your best to keep this foot off the mat. Obviously, if you need to tap it down to check your balance, you'll do that. And if you are fatiguing and you need to set it down and kind of reset in between reps, you can. But the goal is to keep this foot off the mat, okay? So starting position, dumbbell up by the shoulder, knee of your non-sitting leg is bent, the foot is behind you, sink down into your pistol squat. Now come up, keep this foot elevated as you sink into your lunge, swing the dumbbell, and then again, keep this foot elevated right into your next rep. Pistol squat, side lunge with a dumbbell swing, and return to the starting position. Weight comes back up to the shoulder, knee stays bent. And then again, as you're sinking down into that side lunge, you wanna make sure your shoulders are still back and down. Back, meaning that you're gonna kind of feel like you're pinching your shoulder blades together, and down, meaning away from the ears, okay? So if you visualize trying to tuck your shoulder blades into your back pockets, that's going to help you find the correct posture. Your chest is lifted nice and high. Again, you wanna make sure those abs are nice and tight. So if someone's about to punch you in the stomach, you're bracing for that impact. So, and then as you step out into your side lunge, you wanna push that booty back. So again, visualize trying to touch the wall behind you with your booty. Your weight should be over the heel of this lunging foot. So you should be able to pick up your toes, all right? Make sure your back is flat. You don't wanna allow your back to round like this. So always make sure that your shoulders are back and down, and that chest stays high, and you're pushing your booty back, keeping your back flat and the weight in your heel as you sink down into that lunge and swing the dumbbell in between your legs. Then press the ground away with this heel to stand, all right? So shoulders back and down, abs tight, chest high, flat back, weight in the heel, okay? Remember, tuck your shoulder blades into your back pocket and try to touch the wall with the booty, with the wall behind you with your booty. All right, so just a couple of points to keep in mind. Now, if you have a kettlebell, that will work great for that exercise. Again, you can use a water bottle or a shampoo bottle or something like that. But if you don't have anything that's going to work for weight, or you just don't want to add weight to the exercise, you can do the same thing without any added weight. You'll just eliminate the swing because there's nothing to swing. Okay, so let me just show you from this side, in case there's anything about the movement that is unclear or you're not understanding. It'll be easier to see from this side. So your body weight alternative, equipment-free substitution for this exercise, you're still going to start by standing towards one side of your mat. The side you're on is your standing leg, so pick up your other foot, bend the knee, foot is behind you to assist you. Shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted high, abs are super tight. Push the booty back with a flat back and keeping the weight in the heel of this standing leg. You're gonna sink down into your squat, using this back foot to assist you as much as you need, but as little as possible. Now press the heel of your standing leg into the mat to stand, again, using the foot of your assisting leg, your non-standing leg, as much as you need, but as little as possible. Keep the knee up if you can, and now right into your side lunge. You're gonna lunge to the side, Pushing that booty back, chest is lifted high, back is flat, abs are tight, weight in the heels, shoulders are away from the ears, and you can just bend down and tap the toes if you want. But again, it depends on your range of motion, so work to your own level. If the only way you can tap your toes is you have to round your back to get there, then don't worry about tapping your toes. But if you can keep your chest lifted high and a flat back and tap your toes, great, do that. If not, just sink down as deep as you can into the lunge without rounding your back, okay? So the important thing is that your back is flat and you're keeping the weight in the heel of this lunging foot. Then press the ground away and come back to your starting position. All right, so pistol squat, back up, and side lunge. Squat, and lunge. All right, so that's your first exercise. Second exercise is love bends. So for this, again, you're going to need just one dumbbell. And yes, you can do this also with a kettlebell or again, a household item. So a can of soup from your pantry or something heavier like a water bottle or shampoo bottle filled with some sort of weight. But regardless of what you're using for weight, you just need one. So you're going to start by holding your weight on one side and standing in a neutral position. You want your feet just about shoulder width apart, maybe a little bit wider than shoulder width. Find what's comfortable for you. Make sure you are not locking your knees out like this. Don't try to actively straighten your legs. You want just a soft bend to your knees, okay? And you want to feel like a tree. Leafy, we were going for leafy. Yeah, not leafy, rooty. No. Oh my God, you guys, I'm delirious. Okay, I haven't slept in like, I don't know how many nights. Okay, moving on. What I mean by you want to feel like a tree, you want to feel very rooted into the ground. So visualize, we're very big on visualization around here. Visualize that there are roots growing out of the bottom of your feet and into the ground, okay? So keep a soft bend to your knees and always kind of feel like you're actively pressing the ground away from you with your feet, but not like this, okay? Only your feet are rooting into the ground. You want to keep a soft bend to your knees, okay? But just feel very rooted. That's kind of key to do this exercise correctly. I know a lot of people don't like this exercise, and if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. I will give you an equipment-free alternative. You can do that instead. But when this exercise is done correctly, I think it's a really good exercise and I like it. So I'm going to do my best to explain how to do it correctly. And if you still don't like it, you don't have to do it. But this is what I'm doing. So my feet are about shoulder width apart, maybe a little bit wider. My feet are rooted into the ground. I have a soft bend to my knees. And as always, my shoulders are back and down. My chest is lifted high and my abs are tight. I am ready to get punched in the stomach, okay? This is your starting position. So you're going to be holding your weight to one side. My palms are facing the outside of my leg. The back of my hand is facing that wall to the side of me. Now from here, you're just going to allow the weight to drop to one side. I like to keep my free hand on my hip. And the reason for that is that what tends to happen when people do this exercise is they think of the movement as reaching down with the weight, and what kind of tends to happen is that this hip tends to jut out to the side like this. All right, that's not the movement. That's why a lot of people don't like this exercise and don't think it's effective, is because they're not doing it correctly, or because it's difficult to explain how to do correctly, I guess. So if you would imagine that from your hips down is can't move, okay? That's what you want to think. So you don't want to allow your hip to kind of jut out to the side like this. What you're going for is that from the hips down, it stays absolutely stationary. So like if I was being recorded just from the hips down, you wouldn't even know I was doing anything, right? That's the goal. Obviously it's going to move a little bit, but that's what you're visualizing. That's what you're going for. So the movement is not bending over like this. Here's what you want to, more visualization. What you want to visualize is that there is some kind of force, like someone is reaching up from the ground and pulling on this dumbbell, pulling it down, and you're trying to kind of not let them pull it down. All right, so you're just letting the dumbbell kind of follow the line of your leg. The goal isn't to like get it all the way down here, because to do that, this is a different movement. I'm jutting my hip out. The goal is to keep this all still. So having my hand on my hip kind of, I think it helps me realize if I'm kind of sticking my hip out. It helps keep me mindful that I want to keep my hips still. So plant those feet into the ground, soft bend to the knees. Chest is lifted nice and high, shoulders are back and down. It's easy to let your shoulders creep up in this one, so keep checking in, making sure that your shoulders are away from your ears. And now someone is reaching up from the ground and pulling that dumbbell down, okay? And now, once you've gotten to this point where you're down as far as you can go without doing this, okay? You want to engage your obliques on this side and really use your obliques to bring your body back upright and return to your starting position. But you also want to imagine that there's a wall right in front of you and right behind you, so that you are unable to lean forward, you're unable to lean back, okay? There's a wall right here and right here. So you want to stay on this plane, so as you're doing this movement, you want to make sure that you're staying perfectly vertical, okay? So it looks like a very simple movement, but there's actually a lot going on if you want to take the time to really do it correctly and get the most out of it. So I know it's like 10 minutes going over a very simple movement, like you're just doing this, but like I said, it's a really effective exercise if you're doing it correctly, so I just want to make sure that I'm explaining it the best I can, how to do it correctly. All right, but that's the movement, letting the weight fall down to on the side of your leg, and then engaging your obliques to return to your starting position. All right, keep checking in with your shoulders. It's so easy to let this happen during this exercise. So just keep checking in with your shoulders. Shoulders are away from the ears. Make sure your abs are tight. Make sure your feet are rooted into the ground, and make sure there's a soft bend to your knees. And that's love bends. I'm also going to be adding on a lateral arm raise. Each one of these 5 weighted exercises in part 1 is a compound movement. So it's really more like 10 exercises, but we're combining at least 2 exercises with each one. So it's a compound movement. So for your lateral arm raise, all you're going to do, again, it's a very simple movement. You're just lifting your arm to the side, but not directly to the side. So remember our wall where we couldn't move forwards or backwards? That wall disappears for the lateral arm raise, because you specifically do not want to be lifting your arm on this plane. You want to angle your arm slightly forward, okay? You see that difference, right? So this is straight out to the side, and this is where you want to be. Maybe not quite 45 degrees, but closer to 45 degrees than straight on, okay? Just make sure that you got your arm a little bit forward for the lateral arm raise, and that you're not raising it exactly to the side. And the other thing is that the same way we're not locking our knees out, you do not want to lock your elbow out. So you are not trying to actively straighten this arm. You want a soft bend to your elbow as you lift that weight, okay? So just lift, so soft bend to the elbow. Again, shoulders are back and down, chest is high, abs are super tight. Soft bend to the knees, soft bend to the elbow. Your feet are rooted into the ground, and you're just going to lift that weight to the side, but angled ever so slightly forward, okay? Just like that. Controlling the movement on the way up, so you don't want to just be like swinging the weight up. You want to lift it in a controlled manner. You don't need to lift it that slowly, but you need to have the movement that much under control. So you can do it faster, but you just want to make sure you're not swinging it up, okay? The power isn't coming from your hips as you swing it up. You're doing this all with your arms, okay? So lift the weight, and you're core, of course. And then control the movement on the way down. So again, you want to make sure you're not like dropping the weight down, then gravity's doing all the work. That's not what you want. You want your core working, you want your arm working and your shoulder working. So with control, lift the weight, and with control, lower the weight. Also, don't lift it too high. You want to lift it right about to shoulder length. Okay, it's okay if you don't quite get it up there, and it's okay if it's a tad higher. Okay, nobody's gonna come to your house and like deduct points off of your workout if your weight goes ever so slightly higher, but you're not trying to go high. You're trying to go shoulder height. Okay, so shoulder height and angled just slightly in front of you. That's your lateral arm raise. So we're just gonna combine the two. Let the feet into the ground, knees are ever so slightly bent. You're gonna do your love bend and then right into your lateral arm raise. Love bend, lateral arm raise. All right, that's the second exercise. Let's go over what to do if you don't want to add weight. I'll give you a body weight alternative because obviously you are going to need to do something slightly different here. So I think I mentioned already a kettlebell will work great for that, as will a household item like a water bottle or shampoo bottle or a can of soup. But if you don't want to add weight, you are going to change the exercise, because especially for the lateral arm raise, there's really no point in doing that movement if you're not lifting any weight. So I'm going to suggest just some sort of standing oblique crunch. So since all of these exercises in part one are compound movements, I think if I were to do this workout without any added weight, I would just do like 2 oblique crunches. So this is what my suggestion, this is what I would do if I was doing this exercise without any added weight. I would put my hands behind my head like this. And now again, you want to start with your feet a little bit wider than shoulder width apart. Make sure your knees are bent. Shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted high, abs are tight, all that stuff still applies. So the first thing I'm going to do is lift one knee, and I'm going to bring the elbow down on the same side, the elbow on the same side down to meet my knee, really feeling that crunch in my obliques. And then I'm going to repeat that same leg, opposite shoulder. So now I'm going to add a little twist to the movement. Okay, so I'm going to lift this knee, and I'm going to twist and bring the opposite elbow to meet the knee, and that would be 1 rep. Staying on the same side, so then again, I would continue to lift this leg for each and every rep, and with each and every rep, I would do 2 oblique crunches, the first crunch to the elbow on the same side, and then the second crunch to the elbow on the opposite side. So crunch, twist, and crunch. I would count that as 1 rep. Same side, crunch, twist, and crunch. So lift the knee, touch it to the elbow on the same side, and then lift the same knee, touch it to the elbow on the opposite side. So there's a body weight alternative for you, but any way you want to work your obliques, basically that's more or less the focus of this exercise. So there's other ways to work your obliques. Do what works for you, but that's what I'm going to suggest for a body weight alternative for this exercise. So the third exercise, this is the only one where we're using both of our dumbbells. So again, these are 10 pounds a piece. That means I'm adding a total of 20 pounds of weight to this exercise for reference, and for reference only, if you're wondering. But again, that might be too much weight for you. That might not be enough weight to challenge you. So make the decision that's best for you. But I'm going to be holding on to both of my dumbbells. Again, this is a compound movement. So we're starting with a reverse lunge and a reverse curl. And then we are going right into a staggered stance deadlift. I've been doing this exercise a lot lately because I did it last week or maybe the week before for the first time in a very long time, and I realized it's such a great exercise, I'm not doing it enough. So we might be taking a break from it because I think this is like the third or fourth workout within the last couple weeks that we've done this exercise. So it might be time to take a break from it after today, but we're doing it today. So let's go ahead and break down the movement. There are actually 3 components. There's the reverse lunge, the reverse curl, and the staggered stance deadlift. So let's start with our reverse lunge. So all you're going to do, again, you're starting in your neutral position, and again, your shoulders are back and down. So tuck the shoulder blades into the back pocket, keep that chest lifted high, make sure your abs are strong and tight and engaged. You're going to step one foot behind you, and then you're going to bend both knees, and if you can, you're going to lightly tap this back knee to the ground. If your range of motion allows you to do that. If your range of motion does not allow you to get that back knee down to the ground, that's fine, you don't have to. Either way, just make sure you're controlling the movement. The movement should always be under control, but especially if you're going to tap this back knee down, I don't want you to bang your knee into the ground. I've done it before, it hurts. I don't want anybody getting hurt, okay? So control the movement and tap that knee down if you can. The other thing is that you want to do your best to make sure that you have a 90-degree angle in this front knee, meaning that the knee of this front leg is over the heel of the front foot as opposed to being out over the toes like this. No one is coming to your house with a protractor, so don't stress out about it, but be mindful of it. What you're going for ideally is a 90-degree angle in this front knee. It's just going to help protect your knees. If you make sure that you're stepping back and keeping the weight in the heel as opposed to having your knee out over your toes, okay? So think about it and do your best. Then again, just like with our other lunge and with our pistol squat, you're going to press your heel, actively press your heel into the ground. Visualize pushing the ground away from you to stand, okay? So press that heel into the ground and bring the foot forward. We're not actually going to bring it all the way forward. We're just going to bring it a little more than halfway because we're going to go right into our staggered stance deadlift. So we're going to go straight from the reverse lunge into our staggered stance. But if you need to, you can step the foot all the way forward and then find your staggered stance. Or if the staggered stance is too difficult for you, you can do your deadlift with your feet on the same plane. All right, but I'm going to be just stepping my foot in about halfway, or a little more than halfway, I guess. So that this back foot is a couple of inches behind the front foot. It is not on the same plane. So if I'm looking at you from the front, I'm keeping my feet in line with my hips the whole time. So I'm stepping back. You can see this leg is here, my back leg is here. As I step forward, I'm not bringing this foot behind the other one. When I say this foot is behind, I don't mean on the same plane. My feet are still in line with my shoulders and still in line with my hips, but I'm just bringing it so that I'm not bringing it all the way forward. It is slightly behind this foot, but not behind it like this. Behind it, but still in line with my hips. Make sense? All right, and then you just have this back heel elevated off the ground, and that's your staggered stance for the deadlifts, but we'll get to the deadlifts in just a minute. The first move is your reverse lunge. So we're adding a reverse curl to the reverse lunge. Now, there are a few different ways to curl weights. If you're doing just like a regular bicep curl, typically you are going to have your wrists rotated this way so that my palms are facing you. And then to curl the weights, you're just going to bend your elbows and with control, bring the weights up towards your shoulders and then reverse the movement. So you're straightening your elbows with control and lowering the weights back down. For a reverse curl, we're going to have we're going to reverse the grip basically. So just rotate your weights this way. So now my palms are facing the tops of my thighs and the backs of my hands are facing you. And from there, it's the same movement. It just targets your biceps differently, and it targets this muscle as well. So you can do a regular bicep curl, you can do a hammer curl, you can do whatever you want, but I'm going to be doing this reverse curl. So all you're going to do is from this position, shoulders are back and down. Make sure your shoulders are away from your ears, chest is lifted high, tighten up those abs, and you're just going to bend your elbows, bring the weights up towards your shoulders with control. So now my palms are facing you, and then you're going to reverse the movement. So you're going to lower the weights with control and return to your starting position. So we are going to be doing the reverse curl as we are sinking into the reverse lunge. So as you are stepping this foot back, you're going to be lifting the weights, and as you step forward, you're going to bring the weights down in front of you. All right, so Let's isolate just that section of the exercise. So holding my weights in front of me, the backs of my hands are facing the wall in front of me. I'm going to step this foot back, bend both knees, tap that back knee to the ground, and as I do that, I'm curling the weights up towards my shoulders, and then I'm going to press this front heel into the ground as I step forward, and as I do that, I'm straightening my elbows and bringing the weights back down in front of me. Again, you can step the foot all the way forward if you want, or if you need to. I'm going to be stepping my foot in just a little more than halfway, because from here I'm going right into my staggered stance deadlift. But isolating just the first portion one more time, step it back, curl the weights, step it forward, bring the weights down in front of you. So from this position, my weights are in front of me. Again, the backs of my hands are facing the wall in front of me. I'm going to do my deadlift. So pushing the booty back and just letting the weights fall straight down in front of me, keeping my back flat, keeping the weight in the heel of this front foot, and then I'm going to use the heel of this front foot to press the ground away. I'm hinging at the hips to stand. All right, so again, for this movement, tuck the shoulder blades into the back pockets, chest is as high, tighten those abs, and as you're sinking down into the deadlift, it's a hip hinge. You are hinging at the hips. So you're not bending down, you are hinging. So as you find your starting position, your shoulders are back and down, your chest is lifted high. You want to keep that chest lifted high. As you push the booty back, your back stays flat and the weight stays in your heel. Trying to keep the dumbbells close to this front leg. And then pressing the heel into the ground to stand. Again, you're hinging at the hips, so your back should be nice and flat the whole time. Your chest should stay nice and high, lifted nice and high. And again, you want to make sure you're not actively straightening out this front leg. You want to soft, obviously this knee is bent, the back knee, but the knee of your standing leg should be slightly bent as well. Okay, so roots growing from the bottom of your feet into the ground, soft bend to this knee, and then hinging at the hips. Push the booty back, back is flat, weight is in the heel, chest is lifted nice and high, shoulders are away from the ears, and then reverse the movement. So pressing this heel into the ground, hinging at the hips to stand, keeping that back flat, and keeping that chest lifted nice and high. All right, so to put it all together, it's your reverse lunge with a reverse curl, staggered stance, deadlift. Then right into your next rep. So step the foot back, sink into your lunge, curl the weights up to your shoulders. Step the foot forward as you bring the weights back down, push the booty back, sink down into your reverse lunge, press the ground away, hinging at the hips to stand. Reverse lunge with a reverse curl, step the foot forward, staggered stance deadlift. All right, that is exercise number 3. So if you only have a kettlebell, you don't have dumbbells, but you do have a kettlebell, you can absolutely use a kettlebell for that. If I was using a kettlebell, I would hold it with both hands. So I would be holding the little handle of the kettlebell, but you can do the exact same exercise, just holding the kettlebell in front of you like this. So step back into your reverse lunge, and then just curl the kettlebell up like this, and then you can do your deadlift holding onto a kettlebell as well instead of a dumbbell. That absolutely works. And of course, you can also be holding onto shampoo bottles or water bottles filled with some sort of weight. Body weight modification, you are going to eliminate the curl because there's no weight to curl, so there's no point in doing this without holding on to any weight. So just eliminate the curl, but you can still do the reverse lunge and you can still do the deadlift. I'm going to recommend that if you're not holding on to any weight, you pick this non-standing leg or foot all the way up off the ground for your deadlift. So if I were doing this exercise without any added weight, here's what I would do. I would step back into my reverse lunge, and then as I came forward, I would keep this foot off the ground. So instead of stepping forward like this, you can do that if you want, but I think if you're not holding on to any weight, you want to challenge yourself a little bit more with the deadlift. So it's a little bit more difficult to do your deadlift on one leg and have this foot completely off the ground. So I would do my deadlift that way. So again, shoulders are back and down, tuck the shoulder blades into the back pockets, chest is lifted high, abs are tight. Soft bend to this standing leg. I'm gonna push my booty back, keeping my back flat and the weight in my heel. I'm gonna hinge at the hips, and I'm just gonna let this back leg extend behind me as I come down. And you can come all the way down and touch the ground if you want. Again, just make sure that you're not just trying to touch the ground. So if you need to bend or bend around your back like this to touch the ground, then don't worry about touching the ground. Remember to bend this knee of your standing leg as much as you need to, but the important thing is that your shoulders are away from your ears, your chest is high, your abs are tight and engaged, and your back is flat. So you're trying to touch that wall with your booty, trying to touch this wall with your chest. All right, so that back is gonna stay nice and flat the whole time. You're bending the knee of this standing leg. And then you can reach down. If you can only come down here, that's fine. That's your deadlift. Then you'll reverse the movement, pushing the ground away with the heel of the standing foot, hinging at the hips to stand. But if you're able to come down lower, then go ahead and come down lower. You can bend this knee again as much as you need to, but keep that chest lifted high, keep the weight in the heel of your standing leg, keep that back nice and flat. All right, and then you're hinging at the hips. So pressing the heel into the ground to stand, hinge at the hips to return to your starting position, and then you can put this foot down in between reps, that's fine, and then right into your next rep. So reverse lunge, one leg deadlift, right into your next rep, staying on the same leg, reverse lunge, and one leg deadlift. All right, so there's your body weight alternative for that exercise. So for the next exercise, we're going to be down on the mat. So again, if you're working out on a carpeted floor or on grass, you might not need anything, but we're going to be doing sit-ups. So if you're working out on a hard floor, I work out on concrete, obviously, so I like my jump rope mat for this because it's nice and thick. But I can do, when I'm traveling and if I don't have my mat with me, I've absolutely done sit-ups and exercises similar to this before on like a concrete patio or on a hard floor, using just a towel underneath me, and it's fine. So everybody's different, do what works for you. A towel may or may not be sufficient for you, but if you don't have a mat, a towel should probably work. But we're going to be down here on the mat, and again, just one dumbbell. That last exercise was the only exercise where we're going to be using 2 dumbbells. So for this 4th exercise and for the 5th and final exercise, we're back to just 1 dumbbell. So you're going to come down onto your mat. Your knees are bent and your feet are flat on the mat. This is your starting position. And I'm going to have my weight up here by my shoulder. Okay, I'm holding the weight with this hand, but I have the other hand here just to kind of, just for some support, but I'm not using this arm to lift the weight. I'm going to be using this arm only, but I always just kind of have the other hand here to kind of assist me and to help guide the weight. And then from here, I'm just going to do a sit-up, and as I sit up, I'm going to bring the weight with me and press it up overhead. Then I'm going to be adding a tricep extension. So from here, I'm going to hold the weight so that my palm is facing this gate behind me, the back of my hand is facing you. And then I'm going to bend my elbow and I'm going to let the weight fall behind me like this. And then I'm going to lift the weight back up overhead. So we're hinging at the elbow. So you want to try to have your elbow glued to the side of your head. You don't really want to allow your elbow to go back behind you, and you're trying to not let it come in front of you, okay? There's none of this going on. This portion of my arm, from my shoulder to my elbow, I'm trying to keep it absolutely stationary and just hinging at the elbow. So this doesn't move. We're just hinging at the elbow, letting the weight fall behind the back, and then engaging that tricep to control the movement and bring the weight back up overhead. And then we're just going to reverse the movement. So you're gonna bring the weight back down to the shoulder, and sit back down, return to the starting position. All right, and that is the first half of the exercise, because again, these are all compound movements, and just that first half of the exercise, I guess, is really 2 or 3 elements combined into one. So, but it's the first half of this exercise, because after that we're going to be doing a glute bridge raise. But let's just go over the sit-up part one more time. So the weight is up here by my shoulder. I'm going to sit up, bring the weight with me, press the weight up overhead. Now I'm going to switch my grip, or not switching my grip, but switching the angle of the dumbbell so that the back of my hand is facing you. And then I'm going to do my tricep overhead press. So bending the elbow, letting that weight fall behind me. And now hinging at the elbow, lift the weight straight up overhead. Weight comes back down to the shoulder, and I'm gonna sit back down. All right, so sit up, press the weight up overhead, rotate the wrist, let the weight fall behind you, use the triceps to control that movement, press the weight back up overhead, weight comes back down to the shoulder, and return to the starting position. So now from here, we're just gonna add a glute bridge raise. Super simple, I'm gonna keep my weight right where it is. Typically when I add weight to a glute bridge raise, I would have the weight on my hips like this, or on my hip flexors, so that as I'm lifting my glutes are having to also lift this additional 10 pounds of weight. But it's just kind of a lot doing that. I want it to flow a little better, so I'm just gonna keep the weight up here by my shoulder as I do my glute bridge raise. But if you want, you can absolutely put your weight here on your hips to do the glute bridge raise. Just kind of hold it. Use your hands to lightly hold it in place so it doesn't fall off of you, but make sure you're not using your arms to help you lift the weight. The point, if you're gonna have the weight here, is to make your glutes do the extra work of lifting this additional weight, okay? So just press your heels into the mat, lift your hips as high as you can, squeeze those glutes at the top, and then control the movement on the way down. Again, you don't have to go this slowly. I'm just showing you how much you want the movement to be under control so that you're not just letting your hips drop down, okay? Control every aspect of the movement. So you can absolutely move the weight from here to do your glute bridge raise. I'm not going to be doing that, all right? I'm going to be doing the glute bridge raise with my weight right here up on my shoulder. So you can keep your free hand here to support the weight, or you can put your free hand down on the mat, whatever's comfortable for you, but it's the same thing. You're going to actively press the ground away from you with your heels. So push your heels into the mat, press the ground away, and lift your hips. Lift your hips up as high as you absolutely can and squeeze your glutes, then control the movement on the way down. All right, so let's put one all together. You're going to start with your weight up by the shoulder, knees are bent, feet are flat on the mat, sit up, press the weight up overhead, rotate your wrist, tricep overhead press, hinging at the elbow, bring the weight back down to your shoulders, sit down, and now press the heels into the mat, lift your hips, squeeze the glutes at the top, and lower the hips, controlling the movement on the way down. So that would be one rep. Sit up, press the weight, tricep extension, weight comes back down to the shoulder, return to your starting position, glute bridge raise. Sit up, press the weight up overhead. Tricep extension, bring the weight back down to the shoulder, sit down, press the heels into the mat, and glute bridge raise. All right, so that is the fourth exercise. If you need again, you can do that with a kettlebell as well. Kettlebell would work great for that exercise. Or you can use household items. A water bottle or shampoo bottle filled with some sort of weight will also work. If you do not want to add weight and you need a body weight alternative, then obviously you are going to eliminate the overhead press. You're going to eliminate the tricep extension, because if you're not doing that with weight, there's no point to doing that movement. So you can just do any kind of sit up or ab exercise combined with any glute bridge variation. So if you just want to do a regular sit up, for me that looks like this. I always do my sit-ups with my arms extended overhead to begin, and then as I sit up, I reach my hands up overhead like I'm trying to touch the ceiling, and then just reverse the movement so that I come back to my starting position like this. but there's lots of different ways to do sit-ups, and there are a lot of different sit-up variations, a lot of different crunch variations. So whatever works for you is fine. And then for your glute bridge raise, I usually just keep my hands down to my sides like this, pressing my heels into the mat, lift the hips as high as you can, squeezing those glutes at the top, and then controlling the movement on the way down. So if you want to just do this, that's absolutely fine. You can just do this. Sit up, glute bridge raise. However, if you've noticed, up until now, every single exercise has been something that we're going to need to do on both sides, right? So we're going to need to do it first on one leg, then on the other, first on one arm, then in this case, then on the other. So I'm going to recommend that you find a way to make this an exercise that you are doing on one side, and then you'll have to do it on the other. Does that make sense? So for me, this is what I would choose to do if I were ditching the added weight for this workout. I would keep one foot flat on the mat, and I would lift the other foot, extending this leg, flexing my foot, and then I would do my glute bridge raise first, just because when I do this exercise, I always do the glute bridge raise first, but it doesn't really matter. But so this is going to be a one leg glute bridge raise. So I'm going to take my one standing leg, I'm going to actively press the ground away from me with this foot. So I'm going to push my heel into the ground, press the ground away, and I'm going to lift my hips as high as I can and squeeze those glutes at the top, making an imprint of the bottom of my shoe on the ceiling. Okay, so you want this foot flexed, you want this leg more or less straight. You don't want to lock it out, you don't need to lock it out, there can be a bend to it, but you're not bending it, you want it more or less straight, so that you want to visualize as though you're trying to take the bottom of your foot and make an imprint on the ceiling. Okay, so really stretch that leg up as high as you can, really lift those hips as high as you can and squeeze those glutes. Then again, you're going to control the movement on the way down. Keep this leg elevated, and then as you do your sit up, you're just going to come up and touch the toes, so it's really more of a crunch. All right, so staying on the same leg, just one leg glute bridge raise, and then a toe touch. Okay, a little crunch with a toe touch. So lift the hips, lower the hips, sit up and touch the toes. One leg glute bridge raise, toe touch. All right, so that is what I'm going to recommend for your body weight alternative for this exercise. But basically, you're wanting to do some sort of sit-up or crunch variation combined with some sort of glute bridge raise variation. There are tons of different ways to do that, so whatever works for you, but yeah, that's the fourth exercise. This fifth and final exercise is a squat variation. I think this is a really fun little compound movement. So we're starting with a weighted sumo squat, then we're going to do a hip hinge, and then we're going to do a bent over row, then we're going to stand and do an upright row. Okay, so it's a weighted squat, bent over row, upright row. Squat, bent over row, upright row. Okay, so you're going to think squat, row, squat, hinge, row, and row. All right, because it can get a little, it's easy to kind of go off the rails with this movement, but if you just keep thinking to yourself, squat, hinge, row, row. All right, so I think that helps. So here's what I'm going to do. Again, I'm just holding on to one dumbbell. So I'm holding the dumbbell in one hand. Now I'm going to take my free hand and place it over the other hand. So I can't let go with this hand, but I can let go with my top hand. All right, so you're holding the dumbbell with one hand. This hand isn't really holding the dumbbell, it's just placed over the other hand. That's our starting position, and we're going to start with a sumo squat, so that means that my feet are slightly wider than shoulder width, and my toes are pointed out slightly, so instead of having my toes facing directly forward, they're angled out slightly like this, okay? And then we're just going to sink down into our squat. So remember, with this or any squat variation, that you want to make sure, again, your shoulders are back and down, away from the ears. So tuck the shoulder blades into the back pockets, chest is lifted high, your abs are engaged. Brace for impact. Someone's about to punch you in the stomach. And then you're going to push your booty back. So really pretend that you are trying to touch that wall behind you with your booty. So remember, that's going to help keep your back flat, and the weight in your heels, you should be able to pick up your toes, and then from this position is where you want to sink down into your squat. Then you press your heels into the ground to stand, okay? So tuck the shoulder blades into the back pockets. Shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted nice and high. Someone's about to punch you in the stomach. You are braced and ready for impact. Your abs are super tight. You're going to push your booty back, touching the wall behind you with your booty. Your back is flat, the weight is in your heels, sinking down into your squat, and then pressing your heels into the ground to stand. Now we're not going to be standing up all the way for this little combo, this little compound movement, but that's the basic form for your squat, okay? So shoulders back and down, chest is high, tighten up the abs, push the booty back, sink into your squat, press into the heels to stand. We're going to be hinging at the hips and just coming up kind of halfway. So remember, squat, hinge, row, row. So shoulders are back and down. You're going to sink down into your squat. And then instead of standing up, you're going to straighten your legs more or less. You don't want to lock them out. You're not actively straightening them. You're just kind of unbending them, but you're keeping that softness to the knees. So there is a slight bend there still. And you're going to hinge at the hips. All right, so you're still pushing that booty back. The weight is still in your heels, your back is still flat, and your chest is still lifted nice and high. Okay, so squat and hinge. Flat back, weight in the heels, okay? So adding the weight to that, the next thing we're going to do is row the weight. So I have my one hand on the dumbbell, other hand is over the top of that hand. I'm going to start by holding the dumbbell right in the middle like this. Shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted high, abs are engaged. I'm gonna push that booty back. Back is flat, weight is in the heels as I sink into my squat. Now I'm going to hinge and let the weight fall in front of me like this. So my palm is now facing my legs, the back of my hand is facing you, and from here I'm going to row the dumbbell, meaning that I'm just going to bend my elbow and lift the weight up towards my shoulder and then control the movement on the way down, okay? So squat, hinge, let go with your top hand. I think I put mine behind my back that last time, so you can have it on your hip, you can have it behind your back, you can have it out for balance, whatever works for you. But then you're going to bend the elbow, and with control, you're going to lift this weight up towards the shoulder, and then lower it back down with control. The next part of the movement is an upright row. So again, to come up, you're going to hinge at the hips, and once you're back in your starting position, you're going to do the same thing with the dumbbell, just bending the shoulder and lifting, or bending the elbow and lifting the dumbbell up towards your shoulder, but you're going to do that from a standing position. From an upright position, so the bent over row, as the name would suggest, is done from a bent over position. The upright row is the exact same exercise, done from an upright position, okay? So squat, hinge, row, row. So let's put it all together. I'll show you a couple from the front and then a couple from the side. So hopefully you can see what it looks like and understand the movement. So holding onto the dumbbell with this hand, wrapping the other hand over the top, holding the dumbbell in front of me. Sumo squat, so shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted high, abs are tight. Pushing the booty back, flat back, weight in the heels, sink down into the squat. Now hinge at the hips. So straightening the legs, but not standing up. I'm staying in this bent over position. I'm going to let go with my top hand, put it on my hip or behind my back, whatever's comfortable for you. Rotate your wrist so that your wrist is facing the top of your leg, the back of your hand is facing forward. Bend your elbow, row the weight up to your shoulder with control, lower the weight with control. Now press those heels into the ground, hinge at the hips to stand, and row the weight again. So bend the elbow, lift the weight up towards your shoulder, control the movement on the way down. Right into your next rep. So now take your top hand, again, put it over the weight, squat, hinge, row, row. Just keep saying that to yourself. Squat, hinge, row, row. All right, from the side. Top hand goes on top of the other hand, shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted nice and high, abs are engaged. You're gonna push the booty back, sink down into your squat, keeping your back flat and the weight in your heels. Now you're going to let go of this top hand, hinge at the hips, so straightening the legs, keeping that back nice and flat, keeping the booty back like you're trying to touch that wall behind you, keeping your back flat, keeping the weight in your heels. Row the weight, so bend the elbow, lift the weight up towards your shoulder, control the movement on the way down. Now hinging at the hips to stand, press those heels into the ground, hinge at the hips to come up, and do your upright row. So bending your elbow, lift the weight up towards your shoulder, control the movement on the way down. So making sure you're not just letting the weight drop down, every aspect of the movement is controlled. Right into your next rep. So take your back hand, put it on top, sink down into your squat. Now hinge at the hips, let go with that top hand, row the weight, hinge at the hips to stand, row the weight again. Squat, hinge, row, row. Squat, hinge, row, row. All right, that is our fifth and final exercise. And yeah, for that exercise too, a kettlebell will work really well. So if you don't have a set of dumbbells, you can absolutely just use a kettlebell for all 5 of these exercises without making really any adjustments. One tiny adjustment for the reverse lunge and deadlift exercise, but not much of an adjustment. Other than that, you can really use a kettlebell. It will work beautifulully for all 5 of these exercises, as would household items like water bottles or shampoo bottles. So you can absolutely do that fifth exercise that I just showed you, holding onto water bottles or shampoo bottles. But if you don't have anything that's going to work for weight, or you just don't want to add weight to your workout, that's fine. You will again have to make a couple of adjustments. You're gonna have to modify because we're doing 2 rows. If you're not holding onto any weight, there's nothing to row. So I might do like a little windmill instead. I'm going to have them out to the side and just rotate and tap the toes on the opposite side. So I'm still hinging at the hips. It's a very similar motion. My feet are going to be a little bit wider apart, so you can have your arms out to the side, and then just, you're still hinging at the hips, your back is still flat, the weight is still in your heels, you're still trying to touch this wall behind you with your booty, trying to touch the wall in front of you with your chest. This hand is going to come down, you're going to twist, the other hand is going to come up above you, and you're going to tap the toes. And then hinging at the hips to stand. Okay, and then you can go into your squat variation. So any squat variation is fine. So if you want, you can add another little element to your squat, like maybe an oblique knee twist or a leg lift or something like that. If you're doing the body weight version, we already did oblique knee twists, so maybe that would be a little redundant. You could do it, but maybe you just want to lift the leg or do like a side kick or a front kick or something like that. All right, something where you're adding an extra element that's only on one side, so that then when I switch sides, you can switch sides. Make sense? So here's what I'm going to recommend to kind of make the flow similar to what I'm doing. You can do a windmill, then squat and lift the leg. All right, staying on the same side, windmill, squat and lift the leg. And then when I switch sides, you'll switch sides. So now windmill, you'll twist to the opposite side, keeping your back flat, pushing the booty back, chest is high. You're gonna twist and tap the foot of this opposite, tap the toes of this opposite foot, and then hinge at the hips to stand, squat, and lift the leg. Always lifting the leg that's on the same side as the foot you just touched, okay? Staying on the same side. Windmill, squat, leg lift. Windmill, squat, lift the leg. That's probably what I would do. But that's it. That's all 5 exercises for part 1, including your equipment-free substitutions. Now here's the format. It is an incredibly simple format. We are doing each one of those exercises one at a time. We're treating it like a couplet. So you're going to start with the first exercise. That was our assisted pistol squat with our dumbbell swing. You're going to do 20 reps on one side, and then you're going to do 20 reps on the other side. Then before you move on to the next couplet, you're going to repeat that one. You're always going to repeat the couplet you're on before you move on to the next one. So you'll go back to the leg you started on. You'll do another 20 reps of assisted pistol squat plus a side lunge with a dumbbell swing. And then you will go to the other side of your mat and you'll finish up with 20 more reps of pistol squat, side lunge, dumbbell swing on the other side. Then you'll move on to the next exercise, treating it as a couplet. So that is our love bend plus lateral arm raise. So you'll do 20 on this side. Then you'll switch the dumbbell to your other hand and you'll do 20 on the other side. And then you'll repeat that. So back to the side you started on, 20 reps on this side, 20 reps on this side, and then you'll move on to the next couplet. So that's our reverse lunge with a reverse curl, and then our staggered stance deadlift. So you'll do 20 reps of that exercise on one side, and then 20 reps on the other side, and then you'll repeat that before moving on to the 4th exercise. The 4th exercise is our sit-up and glute bridge raise combo. So you do 20 on one side, 20 on the other side, and then repeat. And then to finish up, you will do our 5th and final exercise. That's our squat and bent over row, upright row combo. So you do 20 on one side, 20 on the other side, and then repeat. Go back to the side you started on, do another 20 reps, and then finish up with 20 reps on the other side, and you're done with part 1. Then if you want, you will move directly on to part 2. That's your 20 to 30 minutes of moderate paced cardio. I will be jumping rope, but you can do any kind of cardio exercise you want, if you want. Remember, you always have the option of simply eliminating part 2. If you do want to do part 2, then any kind of cardio exercise you want to do is fine. So 20 to 30 minutes of additional cardio, and that's it. That's the workout. It's a really simple format, but remember that I do always take the time to type out the instructions in the description box down below the video, and I'm going to do the whole workout with you. So watch me do it, read the instructions, but then of course, as always, if anything is unclear with the format and how everything fits together, please just ask. Also, if you have any questions about the exercises that we are doing today, any doubts about how to do them with the correct form, please ask. It's really important that you understand how to do the exercises properly before you begin the workout, so that you reduce your risk of injury and just so that you make sure you're getting the maximum benefit out of each exercise. So please ask questions if you have them. I did take time today to provide equipment-free substitutions for each and every exercise, so that if you are not comfortable adding weight to your workout, you can still do this workout right along with me. And if you watch up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, I will include those equipment-free modifications as we're going through the workout, just to remind you of what you can be doing if you don't have weights. But I did not take time to go over beginner modifications specifically today. I do think that the equipment-free variations of most of these exercises that I'm doing are doable for beginners, except maybe the pistol squats. So maybe I'll real quickly show you a beginner modification for your pistol squats. But other than that, I think beginners can probably handle the equipment-free modifications of the rest of these exercises. You may need to reduce the amount of reps if you're a beginner. So maybe either do 10 reps on each side of the exercises instead of 20, or maybe just don't repeat the couplet, okay? Do what works for you, but if you do need any further help with beginner modifications, again, I'm right here, so please just ask. It's really important to me that all of my workouts are always accessible to anyone and everyone who wants to do them with me. I'm always here to help facilitate that. So again, just ask questions if you have them. I will say that the pistol squats, the way I was doing them, even though they were assisted, that's kind of a more advanced version of assisted pistol squats that beginners may or may not be able to handle. So if you are a beginner and that first exercise is still too difficult for you, you can do the pistol squats by using a plyo box, or if you don't have access to a plyo box, you can use a chair to assist you. Now, I just took this flimsy little plastic folding chair out of my garage because it's right there. Please do not use a chair like this. I'm just using this chair so that you can see what it looks like to do this exercise by using a chair to assist you. You absolutely can use a chair to assist you for this exercise, but just make sure that your chair is strong enough to support your entire body weight, because you're going to be sitting down on the chair and putting your entire body weight on the chair. Make sure that the chair is sturdy, meaning that it can't collapse on you and that it's well made. It's not going to fold up on you or collapse or break or anything like that when you sit on it. And make sure it's stable. So you see how I have my chair on top of my mat? That's going to help keep it from sliding underneath me. If you're working out on a wood floor and you have your chair right there on the wood floor, it's going to be very easy for the chair to slide, and it could slide from underneath you when you're trying to sit on it, and you could fall and get hurt. I don't want anyone falling and getting hurt. So I recommend putting your chair on a yoga mat or an exercise mat so that it stays put and it cannot slide from underneath you. But if you have access to some sort of elevated surface, it doesn't have to be a chair. Like I said, a plyo box would be ideal because that's what a plyo box is built for. But you could use a piano bench or even your couch or your coffee table. Any number of elevated surfaces will work. Just please make sure that whatever you are using to assist you, make sure your elevated surface is strong enough to support your body weight, sturdy enough that it won't fold up or collapse on you, and stable enough that it won't slide from underneath you. But if you have access to an elevated surface that is strong enough, sturdy enough, and stable enough that you can safely use it to assist you for your pistol squats, then this is what you're going to do. You are going to start by lifting your non-standing leg, and instead of lifting the foot behind you, you're going to have the foot out in front of you as though you're going to do an unassisted pistol squat. All right, and then from there, again, tuck your shoulder blades into your back pockets. Shoulders are back and down. You're pinching your shoulder blades together and they're down so that they're away from your ears. Your chest is lifted nice and high. Your abs are super strong and tight and engaged. You're going to push your booty back like you're trying to touch the wall behind you with your booty, and keeping your back flat and the weight in your heel, you're going to sink down into that pistol squat. The chair is there to assist you so that when you start to get a little bit, like where you can't go down any farther, the chair is there to kind of catch you. So you're really just sitting down in the chair, but this is not an exercise. That's just sitting down in a chair. That's not going to do anything for you. That's not going to get you any stronger so that one day you can do the more advanced version of assisted pistol squats or even an unassisted pistol squat. So make sure that you are really using, you have to work to your own level, but make sure that you're really working at whatever level you're at, okay? So as you're lowering your booty down into the chair, you want to really control every aspect of that movement until your booty hits the chair. Then you can sit in the chair. Then again, you're going to press the heel of your standing leg into the ground to come back up. Do your best to not set that foot down if you can, but if you're a beginner and you need to, you can set it down and reset. And then you're going to do your side lunge, okay? So just the way we went over the side lunge earlier, shoulders are back and down, pushing that booty back, trying to touch the wall behind you with your booty, trying to touch the wall in front of you with your chest. Back is flat, weight is in the heel. So if you can come down and tap the toes. If you can't tap your toes without rounding your back, then don't worry about tapping your toes, just tap your knee. Sink as deep into the lunge as you can. without rounding your back. Then you're going to press this heel into the ground to stand. And again, you can set the foot down to reset if you need to, but try to challenge yourself to keep that foot off of the ground the whole time. All right, so pick up the foot of your non-standing leg, bring it in front of you. Push the booty back, control the movement until you're down in your chair. Press the heel into the ground to stand. Keep this foot elevated if you can. Now right into your side lunge. So step this foot out to the side, sink into your lunge, tap the knee or the toes if you can without rounding your back. Press your heel into the ground to stand. Return to your starting position. Right into your next rep. Pistol squat, side lunge. Pistol squat, side lunge. All right, so there's a beginner modification for the pistol squats. But again, for the rest of the exercises, I do think that the body weight versions of those exercises that I showed you should be pretty approachable for most beginners. So I think most beginners can manage doing the body weight versions of the exercises, but again, if you need any further help with beginner modifications, I'm right here, so please just ask. I hope I covered everything. If you are ready to go ahead and start this workout, you're going to want something soft beneath you. So grab an exercise mat or a yoga mat or a jump rope mat, some kind of exercise mat if you have one. If not, maybe a towel. Grab your dumbbells. So a set of dumbbells if you have them. If not, a kettlebell will work great. And if you don't have any exercise equipment, look for household items that will work. Shampoo bottles or water bottles filled with some sort of weight, maybe a couple of cans of soup from the pantry. And don't forget about part 2. If you're doing part 2 with me, you can grab a jump rope if you have one. And if you're jumping rope with me today, take a minute to make sure you are good and warmed up. And when you're ready, let's get started. All right, so when you're ready, here we go. My watch is going. I'm starting my timer in 3, 2, 1, and go. Pick up your weight, bring it up to your shoulder. We are starting with our weighted, assisted pistol squat. Side lunge, swing the dumbbell. Return to the starting position. That's 1. That's 2. We're going to 20. Do your best. That's 10 for me. I have to do 10 more on this leg before switching to the other leg. But adding the weight really increases the difficulty of this exercise, so I don't feel like I can do 20 unbroken. So I'm gonna take a short rest break here. Don't rest if you don't need to. Remember to go at your own pace. So take as long of a rest break as you need. Just challenge yourself to keep your rest breaks as short as you can. This is for time. But only continue when you feel that you are capable of continuing with good form. So if you need a longer rest break than what I'm taking, pause the video and come back when you're ready. I'm gonna go ahead and try another 5 unbroken if I can. So when you're ready, here we go. Pick up the weight. Weight comes up to your shoulder. The side the weight is on is always your standing leg, so pick up the other foot. Bring the foot behind you, bend the knee, foot goes behind you. Sinking down into that heel. This foot is here to assist you. Just try to use it as little as possible. Obviously, as you fatigue, that's gonna be more and more, but just challenge yourself to use it as little as possible. So that's 11 for me. Pressing into that heel to stand. Side lunge. Starting my dumbbell, that's 12. I'm gonna try to do 3 more and then I'll probably need another short little break. 13. 14, one more. 15. I haven't done pistol squats in a minute, but when I do pistol squats, I generally do them without added weight. So this is kind of kicking my ass already. We've only been at it for what, 5 minutes? Not quite, 4.5 minutes. These are tough, but we just have 5 reps left to go on this side. And then I'll switch to my weaker leg, so it's gonna be even harder, but just do your best. Remember, this foot is here to assist you as much as you need. So when you're ready, here we go. Final 5 reps on this side. 16. 17. 18. 19. Fighting for that balance, but obviously you might need to tap that foot down every once in a while to check your balance. Just do your best to fight really hard for your balance, and your goal is to not tap down the foot, but obviously if you need to tap it down, you tap it down and check your balance. That is 20 reps. So now we are going to do 20 reps on the other side. Again, if you don't need to rest like I'm doing, just get right into it. I need a minute. So while I'm paused, I'll just remind you, squats and lunges, check in with your posture. Shoulders are back and down, chest is lifted high. Make sure you're really tightening up those abs. Make sure you're pushing your booty back, keeping your back flat, keeping the weight in your heel as you sink down into your squat and as you sink into your side lunge, okay? Push the booty back like you're trying to touch the wall behind you. Make sure your back is staying flat and the weight is staying in the heel of your lunging foot, okay? So when you're ready, we have to do another 20 reps of that exercise on the other leg. So now switching hands with your dumbbell. Bring the dumbbell up to your shoulder. So now the dumbbell is on this side, so that means this is my standing leg. I'm going to pick up the other foot, bend the knee. Foot comes behind me. Now sink down into your pistol squat. Press into that heel to stand. Keep this foot up off the mat if you can. And now lunge to the side. Swing the dumbbell and bring that knee back up. Try not to tap it down if you can manage not to. That's 1 rep. I have to do 19 more. Do your best. So that's 10 for me. I'm gonna try to do the same thing I did on my other leg. So I managed to complete my first 10 reps without stopping. I'm gonna see if I can just do 5 and 5 to finish up. Just a reminder that after you do that lunge and come back up to your starting position, to just take a second and find your balance. You don't have to hold it for a long time, but the goal is to just hold it until you feel centered, until you feel that you have your balance, and you could hold it all day if you wanted to. Okay, so that's your goal. Until you have that feeling, just fight for it, okay? You might wobble, you might need to tap your foot down, but come back up and find your starting position with that knee up. Hold it for just a second until you feel like you have complete control over the movement, and you can hold it forever. Not forever, but you know what I mean. All right, so I'm picking up my count at 10. I'm gonna try to do another 5 without stopping if I can. This is my weaker leg, so I'm having to use my non-standing leg to assist me even more. So just do your best. I'm still making my standing leg work as hard as it can. Okay, so when you're ready, here we go. I'm gonna go for another 5 without stopping if I can. Ow. Don't do that. See, I didn't feel like I had my balance, so just tap the foot down, bring that knee back up until I felt that I had my balance, and then the rep is complete. Just whacked myself in the, not really the shin with my dumbbell. I said ow, but I really just kind of grazed outside. I didn't hit myself right in the shin, thank God, but just a reminder to be mindful, keep your movement under control. As you fatigue, it's easy to get sloppy, so that's why it's important to take rest breaks if you need them, and only continue when you feel you have enough strength to continue with good form, so that you can have control over the movement and you don't whack your dumbbell into your leg like I just did. All right, shake it out. We have just 5 reps left, so when you're ready, here we go. All right, that's 20. Shake it out. Remember that we are repeating each one of these couplets before we move on to the next one. So we have to do all that one more time. shake it out. Take a minute to breathe if you need it. As you draw your breath in, visualize sending oxygen to your muscles. For me, my quads, my shoulder a little bit, but my quads more than anything. Visualize them getting stronger as you feed them with that oxygen. Shake it out. And when you're ready, let's go ahead and start on our final 20 reps on this leg. So switching sides again, I've moved to the other side of my space. I'm going to pick up my weight, put it on the opposite shoulder. So now this is my standing leg. Going to bend the other knee, bring the foot behind me, and now sink down into my pistol squat, making sure to push that booty back. Keep your back flat, keep the weight in your heel. Same thing on your lunge. So pressing into the heel of this standing leg to come back up, and then pushing that booty back, keeping the back flat, and the weight in the heel as I sink down into that side lunge. That's 3. 4. 5. I think from here on out, I'm just gonna do little baby sets of 5 so that I can take a little bit shorter rest break, hopefully, in between sets, and I think that'll be the most efficient way for me to get it done. So that was my first 5. So just taking a short recovery break, maybe around 30 seconds. I'm not looking at my watch, I'm not timing it, I'm just estimating. If I feel it might be longer than that, I don't know. Now another 5 reps when you're ready. That's 10 for me. I have to do 2 more little mini sets of 5. I know it's hard. I'm doing it with you. I know it's hard. Just do your best. Go at your own pace. If you need a longer rest break, pause. Come back when you're ready. I'm gonna go for another 5 unbroken if I can, picking up my count at 10. When you're ready. That's 15 for me. Just 5 more to go. When you feel that you're ready, just have 5 more reps left on this leg, and then we're all done on this leg for the whole day. So picking up my count at 15. 16. 17. 18, just 2 more, push. 19, remember it's okay to use this foot, that is what it's there for. That's 20. If you're strong enough to do unassisted pistol squats, weighted for 40 reps on each leg, then by all means, you do that. But if you are like me and you are nowhere near strong enough to do that, then we're doing assisted pistol squats. So yes, you want to keep kind of checking in with your body and making sure that you are pressing yourself to make your standing leg work as hard as it can, but your other foot is there to assist you. So use it as much as you need. For those last few reps, I needed to use it a lot. So, you know, we've completed 40 reps on this side. We just have to do another 20 on the other side. That's the bad news. But the good news is that we're breaking it up into little mini sets of 5, so that makes it more manageable. And once we're done on this leg, we're done with this exercise for the rest of the day, okay? So let's push through. We have just 4 little mini baby sets of 5. How scary can a set of 5 be? 5 what? 5 weighted pistol squats? Pretty scary, but we got this. All right, when you're ready. One more and then we'll rest if you need to. Shake it out. Deep breaths. Slow down your heart rate. Send oxygen to your muscles. Remember to only continue when you feel that you have enough strength to continue with good form. So when you are ready, pick up the weight. If you need to rest longer, pause the video, come back when you're ready. Is that 8 or 9? Let's call this 9 because I'm not sure. I'm gonna say that was 9. And I'm calling this 10. So after this one, I'll pause, take another little rest break. If you don't need to rest, keep going. You can always skip ahead in the video if you're stronger than I am, and you don't need to take all these rest breaks. It's not that hot out here, but I'm already like dripping sweat and I'm feeling so fatigued. I feel like I've been getting stronger lately, but I've also been having a lot of trouble sleeping lately, and I think that's affecting me today. It's hard to tell. Also, like I said, this exercise is a lot harder with weight, so remember you always have the option to drop the added weight if you want and do just a body weight version of the exercise. You can drop to a smaller weight. You can reduce the amount of reps. Just do what works for you. I'm gonna do another 2 sets of 5. So when you're ready, here we go. I'm picking up my count at 10. That's 15. So we're almost finished. Completed 75 reps of this exercise. We just have 5 to go, so we're just about there. We got this. Although I may have done an extra one on this leg, I'm not sure. My mind started to wander. I feel like I might have lost count on my second little mini set of 5 this second time through. So it's possible I did 1 extra rep on this side, which would make me uneven, but it's fine because this is my weaker leg. So either I did the same amount of reps on each leg, or I did 1 more on my weaker leg. Either way, I'm fine with that because I want my weaker leg to get stronger, so it's all good. Okay, final 5 reps when you're ready. Here we go. trying for that balance. I know it's hard as you fatigue. That was 16. This is 17. I want to make sure I don't lose track of my count again. Just 3 more. Let's push. 18, just 2 more. You can see I'm really having to use this non-standing leg a lot, especially on the way up. That's 19. Last one. But I'm still making my standing leg work as hard as I possibly can. So press into that heel. Swing the dumbbell. Balance. And we're done. Oh my God. Just that first exercise alone took me 30 minutes. A little over 30 minutes. Not what I was planning. But it's okay. That's definitely the toughest. I think probably going to end up being the toughest exercise of these 5. And I definitely think that's the one that's going to take the longest, I hope. Otherwise, this is going to be another one of my workouts that I thought was going to be 90 minutes and it ends up being 4 hours. We don't want that. So, all right, shake it out. So that's our first couplet complete. We have 4 more couplets to go, but like I said, that was definitely the toughest one, and I think by far that's gonna end up being the longest one. So maybe we can finish with the rest of the 5 couplets in somewhere close to an hour, or we shall see. Next is going to be a love bend with a lateral arm raise. So while I'm breathing and taking another minute to feel like I have enough strength to continue, I will remind you, posture. Tuck the shoulder blades into the back pockets. You want your shoulders back and down, chest lifted high, keep those abs super engaged. Like someone's about to punch you in the stomach. And you are bracing for that impact. You're going to just let the weight follow the line of your leg, and then you're going to engage your obliques to lift yourself back up. You're not reaching down, you're just letting the weight fall down. From your hips down should not move, okay? So you don't want to jut this hip out to the side. You want to keep your hips perfectly still and just let the weight fall down to the side of your leg, then engage your obliques to stand. And then our lateral arm raise, remember to have a slight bend in your elbow, and remember you're not lifting your arms straight out to the side, you're angling it forward just a little bit. All right, that was like 3 minutes. It's more than enough time. Of course, if you need to rest for longer, you can rest for longer. It's totally up to you. Go at your own pace. When you are ready, let's go ahead. We're doing 20 on each side, and then we're going to repeat that couplet, and then we'll move on. So when you're ready, here we go. So just letting the weight fall to your side, engage the obliques and come back up, lateral arm raise. That's 1. We're going to 20. Do your best. It's 10. We're halfway there. Rest if you need to. I think I can do at least another 5 without stopping, and hopefully I can do the whole set of 20 unbroken. So I'm gonna keep going. If you need to rest, you should rest. It's 15 for me, just 5 more. That's 20. Shake it out. Switching sides. We're going to do 20 reps on the other side. Pause the video if you need to rest. If you don't need to rest, let's go ahead and start on the other side. Soft knees, shoulders back and down, chest is lifted high, abs are engaged. Here we go. It's 15 for me, 5 more. 16. 17. 19, last one. And 20. Shake it out. It's always my inclination to start on my stronger side. So that second set was tough with my left arm is my weaker arm. Even though a lot of people think I'm left-handed, I'm not exactly left-handed. I write with my left hand and I eat with my left hand. When I'm cooking, I stir with my left hand, but I chop with my right hand. And most things I do with my right hand, like racket sports, I'd be right-handed, and my right arm is stronger. Like if you were going to challenge me to an arm wrestling match, I would arm wrestle you with my right hand, or right arm, I guess. So ambidextrous, and my right side is definitely stronger. So that left arm is weaker, which makes it harder, but then of course, doing it second means you're more fatigued, so that adds to the difficulty as well. So that second set was pretty tough, but we got through it. All right, repeating each couplet. So we just have to do that once more. So when you're ready, switching sides, another 20 reps. That's 10. Just 10 more to go. Taking a good 30 seconds or so here, at least, so that hopefully I have enough strength to do my final 10 reps without stopping, and then we can finish these up on the other side. When you're ready, here we go. Picking up my count at 10. All right, that was 20. So we're all done on that side. Just have to finish up with 20 on the other side. So hopefully, like I said, this is my weaker side. I might have to do 4 little mini sets of 5. That's fine, I'll get them done. I'll see if I can manage to do my first 10 without stopping. But I'm not gonna kill myself. If I need to pause and rest, I'll pause and rest, as should you. When you are ready, if you're not ready yet, pause the video. When you are ready, pick up the weight. Other side, here we go. I'm gonna see if I can do my first 10 without stopping. I'll do my best. I can keep going for another 5. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'm just realizing how ridiculous my math was earlier. Or wait, was it? No. 20, 40 on this side, 60, Yeah, so that's 70. Okay, I thought my math was wrong. My math was absolutely spot on. What are you talking about? All right, so out of 80 total reps of each exercise that we're doing, we've completed 70 of these, so we have just 10 left to go. So when you are ready, pick up that weight, shoulders back and down. Be aware of your shoulders creeping up. And remember, you want to feel like someone's pulling down on the weight, and that's what is initiating this movement as you let the weight fall down along the side of your leg. So you're not bending over necessarily. That's 12. I don't want to lose track of my count. But you want to feel like someone's pulling the weight down. 13. Then engage your obliques to come back up. 14. 15. Just 5 more. Let's push. We got this. 16. 17. 18. 19. Last one. And 20. Oh yeah. All right, so that one took us just a little over 10 minutes, so much faster. This next couplet is going to be tough. For this one, I'm using 2 dumbbells. I really do not need my mat. I guess I didn't need it for the love nest either, but I'm gonna go ahead and kick it out of the way for this next exercise. All right, this one is going to be tough, so do your best. This is our reverse lunge with a hammer curl, and then our staggered stance deadlift. All right, so really only been resting for about a minute or so. And this is a really tough exercise, so I'm gonna give myself just another minute because I'm just really feeling fatigued today. I'm struggling. So I wanna make sure that I give myself enough time. I feel like I've regained enough strength to start on these and really string together at least like 10 solid reps before I need to pause and take a little rest break. Just gonna keep telling you that you should be going at your own pace, so if you don't need to rest, don't rest. You can skip ahead in the video. And again, if you need a longer rest break than what I'm taking, you can pause the video. All right. All right, it's been about a little less than 3 minutes, I think. I think that should be plenty of time for me anyway. All right, when you're ready, so pick up the weights. My palms are facing the front of my legs. The backs of my hands are facing the wall in front of me. I'm going to step 1 foot behind me, sink into my reverse lunge, and as I sink into the lunge, I'm going to curl. I said a hammer curl, I meant a reverse curl. I'm going to curl the weights up towards my shoulders, and now I'm going to step forward, but not all the way, and then from this staggered stance, I'm going to hinge at the hips, let the weights fall down in front of me, now press into the heel to stand. That's 1 rep. We're going to 20, so do your best. Here we go. my first 10. I just need at least a good minute to breathe. So I'm just taking deep breaths. Trying to slow down my heart rate a little bit. Giving my glutes a chance to rest and recover. So I'm probably going to approach these the same way I did the pistol squats, because this is such a tough exercise. Just the staggered stance deadlifts on their own are tough, but when you add the reverse lunge in there, it's two tough exercises combined into one, so it's twice as tough. And I did manage to complete my first 10 unbroken, but I don't think I can do another 10 unbroken, so for this second half, I'm gonna do 5 and 5. And then I'll see if I can do the same thing on the other leg. Again, that's my weaker leg. So I'll see if I can do my first 10 reps unbroken on the other leg, and then I'll do 5 and 5. And then the second time through the couplet, I'll probably just do little mini sets of 5, 4 little mini sets of 5 on each leg, just like we did with the pistol squat. So you do what works for you, break it up however you need to. I'm gonna just try to do another 5 unbroken, and then I'm gonna take another short rest break. When you're ready, here we go. That's 15 for me. The point of doing the shorter, breaking up into shorter sets is that hopefully it takes me less time to recover from a set of 5 than it takes to recover from a set of 10, so I can keep my rest breaks shorter. The goal is to make it as efficient as possible, but also if I'm only attacking these in sets of 5 at a time as opposed to sets of 10, then my reps can be better quality because I'll be able to get through the set without becoming as fatigued. So you do what works for you. I have just 5 reps left to go on this leg, and then we're gonna switch legs. So when you're ready, here we go. So that was 20 for me. I need to switch legs. So now I'm again working on my weaker leg. And I'm exhausted from that first leg, so it's going to be even tougher. But I'm just gonna try my best to get my first 10 reps done without taking a break if I can. And then from there on out, I'm gonna do sets of 5. Now, if I can't do my first 10 reps on my weaker leg without taking a break, that's fine. I'll just do sets of 5 from here on out. I don't care about that. I'm gonna get the reps done either way, but if I can do the first 10 reps without stopping, it's just gonna get me there that much faster. And then I'll be kind of even, because that's the way I did it on the first leg. So now this is going to be your standing leg. You're going to step back with the opposite foot, sink into your reverse lunge, and do your reverse curl. Reverse lunge, reverse curl. And then you're gonna step the foot forward halfway, keeping this back heel up off the ground, and you're hinging at the hips for that deadlift. So remember to push your booty back. Keep your back flat and the weight in your heel as you let the weights fall in front of you, keeping the weights close to your leg as you sink down into that deadlift. All right. So when you're ready, pick up the weights. Couple more deep breaths for me. Trying to get myself psyched up for this. This is such a tough exercise. All right, when you're ready, here we go. already over an hour. I can't tell how much of this is just that my stamina is lagging today because I haven't slept, and how much of it is just that these exercises are super tough, and even on a day where I was feeling stronger, it would be taking me this long. I can't tell, but my legs have had it with me. They are over this workout, but we have quite a few reps left to go. The quads will get a little bit of a rest with our next couplet, but we have to finish this one first. So I'm halfway done on this leg. I have to do another 10 reps, but I'm gonna break them up into 2 little mini sets of 5, just like we did on the other leg. So just do your best. Okay, when you're ready. Left to go. Believe me, I would love to be keeping these rest breaks a lot shorter, but this is just what I have today. So we are almost done on this leg. Just one more little mini baby set of 5. We can do this. Here we go. Couple more deep breaths for me. All right, when you're ready. All right, that's it. That was the last rep. So let's do good news, bad news again. Because these are just about as hard as the pistol squats. The good news is we're halfway done with this exercise. The bad news is we're only halfway done with this exercise. So we still have to do another 20 reps on each leg. I know these are so hard. Like I said, they're just especially hard for me today. But I'm just doing sets of 5 from here on out. So just 4 little mini sets of 5 on each leg, and then we'll move on. And then, like I said, with our next couplet, we're gonna be down on the mat. The quads are gonna get a little bit of a rest. And for our final 2 exercises, we're going back to just 1 dumbbell. So this is the only exercise where we're lifting 20, well, for me, 20 pounds of weight. For all of the other exercises, I'm holding just 1 10-pound dumbbell, so I'm only adding 10 pounds. So as soon as we complete this second round of this couplet, we can drop one of the weights. We're gonna come down to the mat, give the quads a little rest break, okay? So let's push through, do 4 little mini sets of 5 on this leg. When you're ready, here we go. So switching back to the leg you started on. Reverse lunge, reverse curl, staggered stance deadlift. That's 2. 3. 4, just 1 more. 5. Some days the endorphins kick in and you start to feel really good as you're into the, the thick of the workout and you're enjoying yourself. This is not one of those days. This workout is going to be like hitting yourself over the head with a baseball bat. It's gonna feel so good when I stop. All right, another 5 reps when you're ready. So that's 10. It's my second set of 5 on this leg. So we're halfway down in this leg. We just have 2 more little mini sets of 5. Trying my best to keep the rest breaks short, since I'm only doing these 5 reps at a time. I'm so fatigued. I promise I'm doing my best. This is what I've got today. All right, when you're ready, another set of 5. This is a tough exercise. I think it would be tough on any day, but I do really feel like this is just one of those days for me. I feel like if I were to do this on another day, I would be able to get through these much faster. Take each day as it comes. My best on another day might look different than it does today, but today is today, so this is my best today. We're getting there. We just have another 5 reps left to go on this leg, so when you're ready. I know it's hard. Let's just keep pushing. We're getting close. 16, 17, 18, 19, last one. That was 20. So I'm all done with this leg. Just have to do another 20 reps on the other leg. I'm gonna break them down into 4 little mini sets of 5. Just like I did on the first side, but I just need a good 2 minutes or so to get ready to let my heart rate come down a little and to feel like I have enough strength. Even though we're just doing 5 reps at a time, it is 20 reps. It's my weaker side. It's a tough exercise, so I'm giving myself a good, I don't know, 3-4 minutes, I guess, to rest in between. Like I said, on another day, I'd probably be able to condense these rest breaks a lot, so go at your own pace. If you don't need to rest, you don't have to rest. So other leg, this time, this is going to be my standing leg, so I'm going to step back with the other foot into my reverse lunge, and then I'm going to step that foot halfway in. Keeping it behind my standing leg for my staggered stance deadlift. Just taking a couple more really deep breaths. Okay. When you're ready, here we go. 5 reps without stopping if you can. That last one, I got a little sloppy because I'm fatigued, wobbled a little, so I just redid the second half of the rep. There was no need to redo the reverse lunge. The reverse lunge was fine, but my deadlift was sloppy and wobbly, so I just redid that part of the rep. Obviously, not every rep is going to be exactly picture perfect, and that is fine. It's up to you to decide where that threshold is for you. If the rep is a little sloppy, a little wobbly, not quite perfect, but it had enough integrity that you feel justified counting it, you feel like you got out of that rep what you wanted to get out of it, then you can count it. If it's a bit too sloppy or you're not really doing the exercise correctly and getting the benefit that you want out of it, then you can redo it. It's up to you. All right, another set of 5. When you're ready. We're getting there. Slowly, but surely we're getting there. All right, I know these are tough. Let's do 5 more. It's one of those days where I don't even want to stand during my rest breaks. I'm too tired. So I'm going to, these last couple of rest breaks, while I rest in between these little mini sets of 5, I'm just gonna come all the way down and just sit so that I can completely rest my legs. Because my legs and my glutes have just had it, my whole body's just had it at this point, honestly. It's easy to underestimate the effects of a couple of sleepless nights, but I think we all know sleep is super important. We all try to sleep. I try to sleep. It's just some nights it doesn't happen. So for a couple of nights in a row now, I just haven't been sleeping, and I really feel like it's just catching up to me. Don't have any energy, but I'm gonna push through. Was that my first set of 5 or my second? That was my second set of 5. We have to do 2 more. All right. So I'm gonna do another 5, and then I'm gonna sit my booty back down for my final little rest break. So when you're ready, here we go. Picking up my count at 10, because that was my second set, so that's 11. 12. 13. 14, one more. 15. These have ended up being even harder for me than the pistol squats, and probably taking even longer. I think generally that the pistol squats are definitely a much more difficult exercise for me. And I think if I was feeling stronger, these just would not be challenging me as much. Also, if this was the first exercise of the workout as opposed to the third, I wouldn't be struggling this much, but this was definitely tougher than I expected. This workout in general, but this exercise especially. I expected the pistol squats to be super tough. I expected to struggle with them. I didn't necessarily expect them to take as long as they did, but this exercise, I did not expect to struggle with it this much. So it's a little frustrating, but again, we have completed a total of 75 reps of this super tough exercise. That means we only have 5 left to go, so we're just about done. Pick up your weights, a couple more deep breaths, and when you're ready, let's pick up our count at 15. We have just 5 reps left to go. That was 20. At long last, we are finished with that ridiculously tough exercise. We're already 90 minutes in. And I haven't even completed part 1. All right. We have 2 couplets left to go. They're not going to be easy necessarily, but they're also not going to be, I mean, I don't want to lie. I don't think they'll be as tough as that last one. That last one was super tough, but oh my God, you guys, I am so fatigued. I feel like I'm having a setback. I was starting to feel like I was getting stronger and regaining some stamina and improving with all that stuff, but oh my God, I'm feeling completely wiped out. All right. So just 1 dumbbell for these last 2 exercises. And our quads are gonna get a little bit of a chance. Quads, well, we are gonna work quads and glutes a little bit. It's not gonna be as taxing as that last exercise for sure. Or our pistol squats, holy cannoli. This is a tough circuit, or I don't know if it's a circuit, but this is a tough set of exercises. And yeah, like I said, I'm just really struggling today with my stamina, so. All right, that was probably a good, I don't know, 4 minutes or so. So when you're ready, we are doing a sit-up with an overhead press and then a tricep extension. So it's an overhead press and then a tricep overhead press. Then we're gonna add a little glute bridge raise, okay? So starting with the weight up by the shoulder. You're gonna sit up, press the weight up overhead. Now tricep extension. Bring the weight back down to the shoulder and sit down. Now press the heels into the mat. Lift the hips as high as you can. Squeeze those glutes at the top. Control the movement on the way down, lowering the hips. That's 1 rep. We're gonna do 20 reps on this side. So do your best. Here we go. Sit up. Tricep extension. Back down. Glute bridge raise. That's 2. right, that's 10. I definitely need a break here. I also am going to need to eliminate that tricep overhead press at the top. When I wrote this workout, I was struggling. Did I do my glute bridge raise for those last couple reps? I'm not sure I did. I'll do a couple of extra glute bridge raises at the end, just to make sure I didn't short myself. Whether or not I wanted to include that tricep extension at the top. And I think it's just gonna be too much to do 40 reps on each side with that tricep extension. I did the first 10 reps with the tricep extension. I'm going to eliminate it from here on out. I'll even myself out, so when we switch sides, I will do my best, even though that's my weaker arm. I'll do my best. Maybe I'll do a total of 10 on the other side as well. I might split them up, but I can tell that it was just too much of a struggle, including that, and that I'm going to, I don't want to overdo it, and I could feel my arms starting to fail, so I'm just going to eliminate the overhead press from here on out. So it's just going to be, when you're ready, just a sit up with just an overhead press, no tricep extension. And now reverse movement, bring the weight back down, and my glute bridge raise. So if you're strong enough that you want to continue to include that tricep overhead extension at the top, that's fine. Or if you want to switch to a lighter weight, that's fine. Do what works for you. I'm just going to be eliminating the tricep extension at the top from here on out. So I'm counting that rep I just did as number 11. So I'm picking up my count at 11. So. It's 12. Short rest break here. Just a few seconds. Five more on this side. 16. 17. 18. 19, last one. And 20. So switching the weight to the other side. If you do not need to rest, just go. Just start on the other side. I've already told you 16 times now that I'm like dying today. I'm feeling so fatigued. This is everything I have in me to get through these 5 couplets today. So I just need to rest for a minute. Before we start on the second side, so rest with me if you need to. If you don't need to, just skip ahead. So With these first few reps, I'm going to see if I can include that tricep extension at the top. Hopefully I can do like at least 5 reps with the tricep extension, and then I might eliminate it for the rest of the set, and then I'll add another, I'll add the tricep extension maybe to my first 5 reps the second time through the couplet on this side as well, so that I end up doing a total of 10, because I did 10 tricep extensions on this side. So I just want to try to even myself out, but this is definitely my weaker arm, so I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do 5 of those on this side at this point in the workout. So again, just make the decision that is best for you. I will attempt it with these first few reps, but if I don't have the strength, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to eliminate it, and later today I'll do like 10 tricep extensions on this side to even myself out. Once I've regained some strength and I've recovered from the workout. But we'll see what happens. Let's see if I can do at least 5. Let's see if I can do any. All right, when you're ready, here we go. So sit up, press the weight up overhead, tricep extension, reverse the movement. Now press the heels into the mat, lift the hips, squeeze those glutes, and control the movement on the way down. That's 1. Let me try to see if I can do 4 more. Do your best. When you're ready, here we go. So that's 5 with the tricep extension included. I'm going to do 3 more little mini sets of 5 with no tricep extension at the top to finish out my 20 reps on this side. Then the second time through, as we repeat the couplet, I'll do the same thing. I'll do my first 5 reps with the tricep extension on this side if I can. So when you're ready, here we go. I'm picking up my count at 5, and now I am eliminating that tricep extension, just doing my sit up with the overhead press and my glute bridge raise. So that's a 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right, so I'm going to do another 2 little mini sets of 5 on this side. Trying to keep my rest breaks as short as I can, I promise, but oh my God. My arms are so fatigued. All right, when you're ready, another 5 reps. That's 15. I need to hurry because that sun is about to be right in my eyes. have just 5 more reps to go on this side, and then we have to repeat the couplet. Then we're going to get up off the mat and finish up with our 5th and final couplet. Really, it's not so much a couplet, it's just one exercise, but 20 reps on one side, 20 reps on the other. You know what I'm talking about. It's the same thing we've been doing. All right, what was that? Rep number 15? I think we just have 5 left to go on this side. Let's push. 16. 17. 18. 19, last one. That's 20. Don't rest if you don't need to. I just feel like my arms are about to fall off. I was so happy that we were going to come down on the mat, give our quads a little bit of a rest. But now my arms and my shoulders feel like they're ready to just revolt. All right, 20 more reps on this side, but I'm not including that tricep overhead extension at all. We're done with that on this side. I do have to do 5 more reps on the other side, but on this side we're done. And then on this side also, I think I might have shorted myself a couple of glute bridge raises, so I'm gonna do a couple of extra glute bridge raises on this side just to make sure, because I feel like for a couple of those reps I wasn't doing my glute bridge raise. I don't know. Guys, my brain is so fried, I don't know what's going on right now. But I'm gonna do a couple extra glute bridge raises on this side just to make sure. All right, when you're ready, here we go. I swear I'm trying to keep my rest breaks as short as I can. That was 5. So that's 10 on this side. I'm gonna do a couple of extra glute bridge raises. I'll just squeeze them in now so I don't forget. All right, 2 more little mini sets of 5. We're getting there. I know this wasn't supposed to take this long. What are you gonna do? All right. Hopefully it's not taking you nearly as long as it's taking me. 15. That sun is going to be right in my eyes in a matter of minutes. I'm always racing this sunbeam back here. All right, just 5 more reps on this side. Let's push. 16, 17, 18, 19, last one, and 20. Scooch down. Away from the sunbeam, because I need another minute or so, probably more like 2 minutes, to rest and breathe. Try to regain some strength, especially because these first 5 reps for me are going to be extra tough because I'm including that tricep overhead press at the top. So hopefully I can get another 5 reps done like that, and then from there on out, I'm just going to eliminate the tricep extension at the top. So that the final 15 reps will be easier, but they're still going to be tough because this arm and this shoulder are just so tired of lifting this dumbbell. Oh my God, I don't want to do it anymore. All right, so first 5 reps are going to be super tough for me. I'm going to include that tricep overhead extension if I can. Wish me luck. When you're ready, here we go. And don't forget the glute bridge raise. That's 1. 2. That's 3. 4, just 1 more. Definitely my form was not great on those last couple of reps because I just didn't have the strength. But that's why I'm making the decision to eliminate that part of the movement, to eliminate that component from the exercise, because it's just not smart to do it if I don't have enough strength, because it's causing my form to become sloppy, and that's when you're going to strain something and injure yourself. I don't want anybody getting hurt. I don't want to get hurt, so I had to just make the decision to scrap that component of the exercise. It's fine. I did a total of 10 reps on each side with the tricep overhead press. They weren't all pretty, but they're done. So now all we have left to do is just another 15 reps of this sit up with the overhead press plus our weighted glute bridge raise. So when you're ready, here we go. I'm picking up my count at 5, and I am eliminating the tricep extension. Just sitting up, pressing the weight up overhead, bringing it right back down to my chest, return to my starting position, then adding that glute bridge raise. So that's 7, 8, 2 more, 9, last one, and 10. Here comes the sun. It's gonna be in my eyes before we finish this exercise because I'm going so slow. But it's okay. I'm gonna push through and get it done. So 2 more little mini sets of 5. And then we're all done with this exercise and we can move on to our 5th and final couplet at long last after 2 hours. All right, 2 more little mini sets of 5. Here we go, let's push. Oh no, I almost did the tricep extension. I forgot I don't need to do that anymore. Let's not make it any harder than it needs to be. That's 11, 12, 13, 2 more. Again, if you are strong enough to keep that tricep overhead press in there and you want to do it, go for it. That's 14, 15. There's not much space left for me to scooch. I have to keep scooching down farther and farther along my mat to keep the sun out of my eyes. And I'm out of scooching space, but I just have 5 reps left, so we got this. All right, let's push. Any semblance of a time goal, it was out the window a long time ago. At this point right now, this is more of just a mental victory to just get through these reps for me. So last 5 reps, here we go. Last 5 reps of this exercise. Of course, after this, we have 1 couplet left. So that's 2, 3, 4, last one. That's 5. And that is rep number 20. So that means we are all finished with that exercise. I'm just doing the exact thing I always tell you not to do and collapsing on my mat. Really, if you can, you should get up. And even if you can't get right into the final couplet, you should at least get up and walk around. I'm trying to will myself to do that, but it's just not happening for me. All right. We've been down here for several minutes. And if you're feeling as fatigued as I am, then you're gonna wanna take care getting up. Come up incrementally, because if you come up too quickly, you might get lightheaded. Like I said, I'm really struggling today. I'm having a tough time with this today, so I'm coming up incrementally. I'm going to take my time, kind of giving myself time to adjust before I come all the way up to stand. I can't believe how long this is taking. I can't believe how hard this is. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark. I'm like dead. I have a feeling part 2 is not going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see how stubborn I am. I may or may not decide to continue with the workout as planned and include part 2. I feel like I'm gonna die, so I might just eliminate it. We'll see. Right now, the only thing I'm thinking about, and not for nothing, but how hot is it today? It feels like it's getting really hot out here. All right. We have just one exercise left. I'm going to do a weighted squat. Then we're going to hinge. I'm going to do an bent over row and then an upright row, okay? One dumbbell only. So I'm going to be holding the dumbbell in this hand the whole time, 20 reps. And then of course we'll switch and do 20 reps on the other side. And then we'll repeat that couplet. And then that's it. So I'm going to start. I'm really holding the dumbbell in one hand, but I'm just going to take my other hand and kind of put it over this one. So that I'm holding the dumbbell with 2 hands, but really it's this hand holding onto it, makes sense? This hand's just over the top of the other one. Now I'm gonna sink down into my squat, hinge, and now I'm going to let go with one hand, row the weight, hinge at the hips to stand, and then do an upright row. That's 1 rep, we're doing 20. So do your best. So hold on to the dumbbell with both hands. Squat, hinge, bent over row, upright row. That's 2. Yeah. I didn't really squat that time, did I? Well, kinda. All right, here we go. Pick up my count at 2. That's 10. For those of you keeping score at home. So I have to do another 10 on this side. Taking a nice long rest break here. Longer than I want. But it's all right. I might, with this nice long rest break, I might be able to do my second 10 on this side unbroken. We'll see. If not, I'll do 5 and 5. It doesn't matter at this point. I'm gonna get the reps done, so whatever you need to do. I'll do these next 10 reps to the side so you can see the exercise from the side. So when you're ready, pick up my count at 10. I'm gonna see if I can do my final 10 reps on this side unbroken. We'll see what happens. So, squat, hinge, bent over row, upright row. That's 11. 20. Doing one more. Because I also think that I might have lost track and miscounted my reps. So, you know, I would always rather know that there's a possibility that I may have done one extra rep than to spend the rest of my day wondering if I didn't do enough reps. If I was supposed to do 20, I only did 19. Oh my God, I've burned so many calories so far. We still have 61 reps left to go, including our bonus burpee, not including part 2 if that's even happening. And according to my watch, I've already burned 929 active calories, 1,114 total calories, which is just insanity. It's a lot of calories. I've been really just struggling to get through this workout, so obviously I'm working as hard as I can. And also, we've been going for over 2 hours, so there's that. I really did not plan on this workout taking so long. I really was honestly hoping to finish the entire thing, including my cardio, in like 90 minutes. So just goes to show you how delusional I was when I thought I could do that. Honestly, this just feels like such a setback. I feel like I was making so much progress. Felt like I was getting stronger and like my stamina was really improving, and today I feel just like I was feeling like a couple months ago. It's frustrating, but I'm gonna get it done. It's all good. All right, so same exercise on the other side. So switching hands with the dumbbell, placing this hand on top of the other. And now we're going to squat, hinge. Let go with this hand, place it behind your back. Grow the weight. Hinge at the hips to stand. And now an upright row. That's 1. 19 more. Here we go. I hate the fact that I'm struggling this much. I hate the fact this is taking me so long. I hate the fact that I'm having to take such ridiculously long rest breaks. I hate the fact that I'm having to take such frequent rest breaks. I hate the fact that I can't even stand anymore for my rest breaks. I have to sit down. But it's like I said, this is just what I have to give today. So I'm doing my best. It's quite frustrating. but we're so close to the finish line. So I'm just gonna keep pushing. I'm just gonna keep fighting for it until I finish all these reps. I'm halfway done on this side. So I'm taking a nice long rest break here. On the first side, I was able to do 2 unbroken sets of 10. So I'm going to try that again. I'm going to keep doing unbroken sets of 10 for as long as I can. So I'm gonna get up eventually, I promise. And I'm going to attempt to complete my final 10 reps on this side unbroken if I can. And then I'll need another rest break, I'm sure. And then we just have to repeat the couplet once more. So I'm going to again attempt to do like basically 2 unbroken sets of 10 on each side. If not, I'll break it up into sets of 5, or I'll do 10 and 2 5s, it doesn't matter. Okay. Standing up incrementally. All right, we have to finish up on this side. So again, I'll do my final 10 reps this way just so you can see it from another angle. So when you're ready, squat, hinge, row, row. Muscle in my entire body that this workout has not hit. I don't think there's a single muscle that is unscathed. That's not like shaking and begging for mercy. This is definitely a full body workout, definitely a super tough workout. So I do think that the way those that first time through the couplet felt, I do think that I will be able to continue with sets of 10. So I'm hoping I can do 2 unbroken sets of 10 on each side again, like I did the first time through the couplet, but unfortunately I'm needing such long rest breaks in between that it's still gonna end up taking me so long. So I sincerely hope that you are not struggling as much as I am. This is just so much more than I thought I was signing up for today, more than I bargained for. I'm really struggling, but I think I can continue with sets of 10. That's gonna help keep it moving, hopefully. So when you are ready. Couple more deep breaths. Wish me luck. Trying to do 2 unbroken sets of 10. Here we go. It's 5. Definitely closing all my rings today. We're halfway done on this side. The end is in sight. All right, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Like I said earlier, it's like hitting myself in the head with a baseball bat. Right now, I want to die, but I'm getting ready because in a few minutes it's going to feel so good. Feels so good when you stop. All right, I think I can complete this final 10 reps on this side unbroken. I'm going to try to do that. So standing up slowly and carefully. Taking a couple more deep breaths. And now here we go. I'm picking up my count at 10. That's 15. I feel like if I really, really needed to, I could push through and like remain standing for these final 2 rest breaks, but I don't wanna. I honestly just can't even articulate how much I'm struggling with this today. It's just so hard. It's so hard. But I think I can manage 2 unbroken sets of 10. So I'm just 2 sets away from completing. our fifth and final couplet. So as soon as I can summon the will to stand and start these final 20 reps. Oh, it's like I want to, but I just can't. All right. Yes, you can. It's just 2 more sets of 10. All right. Going for 10 unbroken. Other side, here we go. Oh, what am I doing? Upright row. My brain is so fatigued that I honestly feel like at this point I'm having just as, with that exercise, clearly I'm not struggling as much with it physically as I was with like the reverse lunge deadlifts or the pistol squat and side lunge. Remember those from 2.5 hours ago? Physically, it's not that much of a struggle, but mentally, like I just keep like forgetting where I am in the movement. You saw me that time just get confused like twice, like, wait, what am I doing? And yeah. The movement is, you know, you have to focus, but it's not that complicated. That is honestly just like hella mental fatigue going on there. All right. We're almost 2.5 hours in. Holy cannoli. All right. Just 10 reps left to go. The sooner I just get myself up and get started on the reps, the sooner it will be over. But I just have nothing left in the tank. It's so hard. All right. I do think that once I'm finally in an upright position, I think I can complete these final 10 reps unbroken. So that's what I'm going to try to do. finally I have fought through, made it to the final 10 reps. All right, here we go. When you're ready, squat, hinge, bent over row, upright row. That's 15. 5 more, focus. 16. 17. 18. 19. That's 20. That took me 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 40 seconds. I need a break before I do anything else, so I'm going to pause the video and take a good 5 to 10 minute break. I'm gonna sit down, drink a Gatorade, slow down my breathing, and just kind of assess where I am physically, mentally, and then when I come back, I'll decide if I'm going to continue on with part 2 or not. But I'm for sure gonna need a good 5-10 minute break right here. So I'm gonna pause the video. If you are continuing on with part 2, and you don't need to pause, you can go right into part 2. But if you do need to pause, now's a good time to pause the video, towel off, hydrate, and just let your heart rate come down, let your breathing normalize, regain some strength and see how you feel. See if you want to continue on with part 2. If you know that you're continuing on with part 2, that's 20 to 30 minutes of moderate paced cardio. So you also might want to grab a speaker and get a playlist ready so that you can get through the 20 to 30 minutes of cardio without like wanting to just die. So that's if you're continuing on, but I'm gonna pause the video here. I'll come back in another 5-10 minutes and let you know what I'm thinking about part 2. All right, so for me, that was about 10 minutes. I guess probably a little over 10 minutes plus a few extra minutes because my phone was dying, so I had to go get an extension cord and plug in my phone, so hopefully I'm not crooked now. But, all right, you guys. So I think 2.5 hours is probably plenty, and I do not blame you if you don't want to continue on, but if you want to continue on, if you want to be stubborn like me and continue on with part 2, take as long of a rest break as you need. Like I said, I've been resting probably more like 15 minutes at this point, but I'm gonna go ahead and just give this a shot. The other thing I didn't realize, because after that last heat wave broke, I thought maybe we were done with the insane heat, but we're not. I haven't been checking the weather forecast. I mentioned earlier, like, how hot is it anyway? So suffice it to say that we are about to, well, we're in another heat wave. I didn't realize it was already starting today. So we're in the high 90s right now. The next few days is gonna be triple digits. So I'm gonna have to be more disciplined about getting out here early before it starts to really heat up, and trying to make the workouts a little shorter so that I'm not out here in 100-degree heat, because after a 2.5 hour part 1, this probably might not be my smartest decision, but I'm stubborn. I want to do the workout the way I wrote it, so I'm gonna power through, and I'm just gonna do my best to get these 20 sets of 100 with my jump rope done as quickly and efficiently as I can. And yeah. And then the next workout is gonna be our 5-minute Friday workout. So, but I will be out here early getting that one done as well. So, okay, now with all this chit chat, I've probably been resting like 20 minutes. So if I'm not ready now, I'm never gonna be ready. And I might not be ready, but I'm as ready as I'm gonna get. And it's only getting hotter and hotter by the minute. So let's go ahead and start this. If you're doing part 2 with me, 20 to 30 minutes of cardio, any way you wanna get it done. I'm going to be jumping rope, 20 sets of 100. So get a speaker ready, get a kick-ass playlist ready. And when you're ready, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to regret this after the first 60 seconds. I can tell you that already. Probably less than that. But I'm gonna go for it. Okay, let me start my watch again. Watch is going. Starting my timer in 3, 2, 1, and go. So counting 100 revolutions with the jump rope. 1, 2, oh my God, I can't even get my feet up over the jump rope. This is gonna be fantastic. All right, let's try that again. Take 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. So I'm just marking a little slash on my paper so that I don't lose track of how many sets I've done. That was our first set of 100. So we're gonna do 19 more for time. So with any luck, I'll finish in just right around 20 minutes, but I won't be surprised if it takes me twice as long as that today. I'm gonna do my best to keep it as close to 20 minutes as I can. So I'm going to zip it so I can conserve some energy. And I'm going to try to keep the rest breaks in between sets as short as I can. So from here on out, I'm gonna minimize the chit chat and we're just gonna put my head down and just get this done as quickly as I can. This feather is like, go away. Oh my God, it has a mind of its own. All right, here we go, zipping the lip, set number 2. Shake it out, I gotta get those feet up. Here we go. If you trip over your jump rope, it's fine. You do not have to go back and start the whole set over. Just take a breath, get right back into it, pick up your count where you left off. I tripped on rep like number 90, so I just did another 10 reps real quick, and that was my second set of 100. So just do your best. My legs are shot. My entire body is shot, my brain is fried. So I'll probably continue to have trouble getting my feet up. I'll probably be tripping a lot. I'm going to do my best to not let the frustration dictate my mindset moving forward. I'm gonna do my best to just shake it off. And like I said, just take a deep breath, get right back into it, pick up your count where you left off. Just do your best. Your best is always good enough. Here we go, set number 3. I tripped on the very last revolution of the rope. So I'm just gonna add a couple extra revolutions to this set. And then that's our first 5 sets. We're already almost a quarter of the way through. Just tacking on a couple extra revolutions because I tripped at the end of my last set. That's our 5th set. I'm gonna take a small break, just a few seconds here. I'm gonna try to tackle these in groups of 5. So let me try to get through the next 5 sets, continuous, without stopping to talk or anything if I can. And then that'll be our halfway point. If you need to stop there, you can, but let's go for 5 more, okay? When you're ready, set number 6. I'm gonna collapse my legs are jelly. Set number 8. Let's try to keep going. 2 more sets, and then we'll be at the halfway point. set number 9, let's do one more. That was set number 10. So we're halfway done. We're in about 12 minutes, so not on pace to finish in under 20 minutes. But I can keep it close to 20 minutes, so that's what I'm going for. It is so hot out here. But if I think of it as just 2 more little groups of 5, just another like 10 to 12 minutes, we can do this. All right, when you're ready to start on the back half of this cardio section, here we go, set number 11. fighting so hard. Let's do one more set. Sit down. I'm fighting so hard to stay on my feet. That part one was so long and so hard. It's so taxing. And it is like 98 degrees out here. This is brutal. But we just have 5 sets left to go. We're still under 20 minutes. So we'll be able to keep it close. Let's just keep pushing. If you need to rest longer, pause the video, come back when you're ready. You're gonna go ahead and get started on the final 5 sets. Here we go. Keep fighting. So weird. I didn't actually trip over my jump rope, but my leg kind of like not gave out, maybe buckled or something, or just it was a weird, like the synapses aren't firing correctly or something. All right, that was set number 17. We just passed the 20-minute mark, so let's try to finish in under 25 minutes. I think we can do it. We have 3 sets left to go. Let's push. We gotta keep fighting for it. It's only 3 more sets. We can do this. Number 18. Just 2 more. We made it. Set number 20. Let's push. I know it's hard. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. Yeah, I still mark down my 20th slash. I earned that slash in just under 23 minutes and 30 seconds. 23:28 is my official score for part 2. So I did not manage to keep it under 20 minutes today, which is always my goal when I do 20 sets of 100, but let's face it, that was in all likelihood not happening today after that long, taxing part 1 and out here in this heat. I honestly was just hoping to finish in under 30 minutes, and then when I saw that we might be able to finish in under 25 minutes, I adjusted my goal, and I made that goal of finishing in under 25 minutes with more than a minute and a half to spare. So I'm very happy with that. Mostly I'm just happy that I got it done. It's over. Well, almost over. We are not quite finished yet. No workout of mine is ever complete, even if it is 3+ hours long, until we have done our bonus burpee. So we have just 1 rep left to go, but first, it is time for the McFlurry Minute. I am going to reset my timer to count down 60 seconds for me. I'm going to jump rope for 60 seconds, and if I can make it through the entire 60-second work interval without tripping over my jump rope, everybody wins a free McFlurry. So give me just a minute, or probably more like 5 minutes, to reset my timer, have something else to drink, towel off. I just need a couple minutes to breathe before I do this today because this workout was so long and so taxing, and it is so hot out here. So give me like 5 minutes. I'll meet you right back here for the McFlurry Minute. All right, my timer has been reset. I have the lovely Victoria with me again today. Victoria is my beautiful silver jump rope with the pretty light pink metallic handles. And for those of you who have asked me where I get my jump ropes, I will leave a link and a coupon code in the description box down below the video. So click on the link, use coupon code RUDEBECCA to save an additional 10% on your jump rope. If you follow my workouts regularly, you may recall that last Wednesday we were going for our 9th successful McFlurry Minute in a row, but I tripped over Victoria. Our streak was broken, and so we had to start over on Friday. Friday's McFlurry Minute was a success, but it will not technically be a new streak until we string together more than 1 successful McFlurry Minute in a row. So we are going for 2 successful McFlurry minutes in a row today, which will be the official start of a new streak if I can do it. But you guys, part 1 took me over 2.5 hours, and we just did over 20 minutes of jump rope. So it's also like 98 degrees out here. I think I may have mentioned that once or twice. I am dripping sweat. Everything is just shaking, and everything hurts, and I want to die. So I am not going to guarantee anything. So I'm going to do my best. Of course, as I always do, I'm going to do my very best to get through this 60-second interval without tripping over Victoria, so that we can all enjoy a free McFlurry for lunch today, because in this heat, nothing is gonna hit the spot better than ice cream for lunch, except not having to pay for it. So wish me luck. I'm gonna do my very, very best. All right, I am starting as always with a 10-second rest interval. And now hopefully in just about 60 seconds from now, we will have officially started a new streak of successful McFlurry minutes. Here we go. Cannoli, we did it. I'm shocked and amazed, pleasantly surprised. I don't know how I did that, but that's 2 successful McFlurry minutes in a row. That means we have officially begun a new streak of successful McFlurry minutes, but that had to be all Victoria, because I just had nothing left in the tank. Every part of my body wants to just collapse in a heap on the ground right now and just like die. So I'm literally just shaking. Every muscle in my body is shaking. I'm dripping sweat. It is so hot out here. So let's go ahead and wrap this thing up so we can meet at McDonald's for free McFlurries all around on this hot, hot fall day. I need some ice cream for lunch. We finally made it to the end, the only end, my friend, at long last, after like 3.5 hours out here struggling and persevering in this heat. Finally, I can say we have just 1 rep left to go. So let's go ahead and do our bonus burpee together, and then the workout will be officially complete. Oh, when you are ready. Final rep of the day. Here we go. With that, the workout is now officially complete. Finally, if you did this workout with me today, thank you so much. You absolutely rock. Please let me know what you thought of it and how you did. Thank you to everyone who has been working out with me lately. And even if you are not doing the workouts with me, thank you for watching the videos. Thank you for liking and sharing the videos. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful and supportive and engaging comments. It really does mean the world to me. Thank you so much to all of my new subscribers. If you are not subscribed already, please subscribe. And of course, a great big thank you to those of you who have been subscribed to my channel for years. Please know that I appreciate you all so very much. One final reminder that if anything is unclear with the format of today's workout, how it fits together, how you can modify it to make it shorter. If you have any questions about the exercises we were doing today, any doubts at all about how to do them with the correct form, or if you need any further help with equipment-free substitutions or beginner modifications, I am right here, so please just ask. That is gonna do it for today, but before I say goodbye, I have to say one final thank you to those of you who have been watching the videos all the way until the end and commenting with the secret code phrase of the day. So before I say goodbye, I will give you today's secret code phrase of the day. It is, I already said it once. What else could it be today? Everything hurts and I'm dying. That is the secret code phrase of the day, and that is like my mantra for today because everything hurts and I am dying. I cannot wait to get to McDonald's and eat my free ice cream for lunch. That's what I need right now. So if you are still watching this video, hello. Thank you for watching all the way to the end. Please let me know that someone is still watching by going down to the comment section and leaving me a comment that says everything hurts and I'm dying. That is going to do it for today, and I will see you all next time. Bye.